What?
1TZ_R1 can now hatch from their egg.
Welcome to the nest, it's Ritza. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on where you are in the world. Goodness, how many of there are you here already? Let's take a look. We've got Ninji and Q and Friendly. Hello. How have you guys all been? How was your weekend? Don't ask unless you want a rant. That's all right. We've got some time to kill. This is our chit-chat time. We're here for rants. Needed to have continued forever? If only. Am I quiet? Hold on, I might be a little quiet. Let me turn the music down just a little bit. 10 days off and then back to work. Got used to sleeping past 5 a.m. Oh. It's been good. Made a silly doodle based on a funny interaction my girlfriend and I had while playing Roblox roleplay games. Shared it in the art share a bit ago. Let me go take a look. I did try to glance over things today, but I've had company that I didn't expect, so I've kind of been bouncing around. A little bit ago, my partners and I were messing around in a Roblox roleplay game called Inky Reels. My girlfriend was dressed as Alice and messing around with the animations for the character and accidentally made her gesture to my avatar dressed as Benjamin, saying the dialogue shown in this doodle. Take this little freak, for instance. Oh, oh, poor Benjamin. He's so tiny. He's just a small little baby. Oh, wow, cute. That looks really good, too. God, you guys make such amazing art. See, we've got some images above as well from Squeaks, who's been working on a Lulbit model for some kind of tower defense game. Both yesterday and today have been one thing after another, and I'm absolutely ready to snap. Oh, cute! Got some updates on that model I shared before. It seems like it's having the devs of the games talking a lot about it, so that's good. That's very good, Squeaks. I'm so happy for you. You've been working really hard on that thing. The animations look amazing, too. I don't know how to make animations yet. Not like that, anyway. Kind of been too scared to mess with anything that requires the actual rig itself and not just accessories. But that's just because I've been doing avatar work. He is small. He looks so unamused with Alice's comment. I was actually thinking about Bendy the other day. I mostly do a lot of my thinking when I am supposed to be drawing other things. Oh! Ah, wow! Snake! Thank you for subscribing. Why is the thing
Did
not
you
popping
remember
up?
to save
It just
all of
If
your
you become lightheaded from
files?
thirst, feel free to pass out.
It's time for Snake's
We
signature
got a
love bomb.
Someone's salty.
I could
This
never be
is
salty
art.
over a love bomb.
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
It's good to see you, Snake. You've been busy. How's life been? I hope things haven't been getting too hot for you guys. We haven't had to turn the AC back on since last stream, but this week's forecast means it's going to be a pretty rough one. We'll be getting through the week with probably having to turn it back on again so that you guys won't have to put up with so much of me bitching about the heat. Missed you, Frag. I missed you too, Snake. I hope that you've been doing well. It's been a tad toasty, but I live. Toasty's a word for it. See, the problem is where I live, we don't have a dry heat. We have a very wet heat. It's never not moist here. So if you are the slightest bit damp from sweat, you will remain damp for the remainder of the week. There's no evaporating. You're just in the swamp of the air. My mental health is kind of shitty, but I'm currently high, so yeah. If that's how you gotta treat it, that's how you gotta treat it. Just as long as you're trying to take care of yourself. Moist moss. You know, they say that moss thrives in moist environments, but I beg to differ. We've got a fun week ahead of us. Not so much today. Today's going to be a little boring. You guys are going to get forced to see the repetition of several weeks back when I was working on these amazing digital circus emotes. Yes, I am bringing those things back into the light of day, finally. So, little story time about that. While I was working on them last time, all I had left to do was the final renders. And some of you may or may not have been there. I'm not sure exactly who was around at the time. It was later in the stream that this happened, but while I was trying to render them, I had a realization. And it was one of those that you don't have until you're having it kind of realizations. And it hit me like a truck. And when it did, I kind of had to step away from the stream for a little bit to process. So if you were there and you remember that, I was in the middle of trying to do the shading and all of a sudden cut off mid-sentence and had to go to the away screen. And I don't remember how long that took. It wasn't for very long, but it was for long enough to cause notice. And that's something I did want to share openly now that I've had the time to really process what happened. None of us are any strangers to trauma and traumatic experiences, especially those of us in the field of art. And this is something that I feel like it's important to be vulnerable and open about because it helps other people know that it's okay to feel these things. What had happened was I was really, really struggling to figure out what I was doing, how I was rendering it, how I wanted to render it, how I was supposed to be doing things. And what I didn't realize at the time was that the reason I was struggling was because the very last time I had ever rendered a picture, a digital drawing, was when my cat had died. And that was a very difficult time in my life. Well, the last piece of art I did was that Halloween picture that I had done of Shadow and Moss. And I remember I had spent a really long time working on rendering that one with my cat because he was going through basically hospice care. He had a terminal form of cancer, and unfortunately there was nothing that we could do other than try to keep him having the best quality of life that we could for while he had time left. But it put me back into that headspace while I was trying to render those, and I didn't realize it at the time. So I know when I went back and watched the VOD, it was pretty obvious that I was struggling, but I couldn't tell. And I know a couple people had mentioned to me that every time I was working on them, it seemed to really stress me out. And I just kind of was dismissing that as, general art anxiety, the pressures of perfectionism and things like that. But it wasn't. It was definitely a little bit more than that. Now that I've had the time to step away and let those feelings kind of sit and be what they had to be, I'm coming back to this with a renewed focus and a renewed inspiration. I had to take a break from the project, not because I didn't want to finish it, but because it was just digging too deep into that memory, and I still had a lot more to unpack than I realized. In a way of helping, I actually decided to do a couple different pieces. So I did another picture I can show you guys after we switch to the next screen of Mommy Longlegs from Poppy Playtime. And I just wanted to try and learn how to do rendering again in a way that felt comfortable and allow myself to have the time to sit with these uncomfortable feelings and figure out why I was feeling them. It was uncomfortable, but so is all therapeutic healing. And once I realized that really was what the issue was, it made it a lot easier to kind of get past it because now I get to create new memories making new art. And that's something that I haven't done since that moment. I hadn't sat down and made actual finished art in years, and I just didn't even realize it. I was so ready to go into doing these emotes, just like balls to the wall, gung ho, nothing's gonna stand in my way. And even with that attitude, it was still something that mentally I needed to process that I had not allowed myself to do. So I'm actually glad that you mentioned mental health, Snake, because well, I mean, that is the same topic that we're talking about right now. And that's why I wanted to share that whole breakdown process with you guys, because I know I come off very frequently like I'm just relaxed and chill and doing whatever, going with the flow, not really trying to hold myself to any stern rules of art or anything. But that still took me out really, really like instantaneously. And you can go back yourselves and check and see how long it's been since we were working on these emotes. That's how long it took for me to feel comfortable actually starting this up again. That and a little bit of pressure from there being a new episode coming out in 3 days. But mostly just my own time. I needed to heal. I needed to take some time and experience that and unpack that. And it's uncomfortable. It's difficult. It's going to make you cry. But that's all part of it. And that's all right. We don't get told that enough, and I just really wanted to share that with you guys so that it could be something that you hear. Whether you absorb it or not, whether you take it with you or not, a little piece of it will follow you. And it's those little pieces that add up over time. Healing's important. Grieving is important. It takes years, even when we think that we're healed. Sometimes it comes back and hits you in the weirdest possible ways. But I'm glad that I went through it. The healing, I mean. Obviously, I'm not glad that I went through the trauma. No one should have to. But that's something that we do end up going through, whether we want to or not. And that's why it's important for us to sit down with people that we feel safe with and unpack it. I always hate having to hide behind a mask to make my family happy, and that's me just being honest. You want me to be honest here? I want you to feel like you are safe to be honest here, Snake. Whether you choose to share whatever you want to share or not, I just want you to know that you are safe to be here. You don't have to be happy here. Obviously, we always try and strive for a more positive environment where we can. But if you're just having a crappy time, you're allowed to exist here and just not have the pressure to have to put on a smile. You can feel crappy. We all feel crappy. There's a lot in the world to feel crappy about, that's for sure. And what's important is knowing that you have a place that you can feel whatever you need to feel, and know that that's not what defines you. Your streams always make me feel safe. Good! That's what I'm aiming for. I spent way too many years of my life not feeling safe in environments that I should have. So if I can provide that for just a handful of people on this planet, I feel like I'm doing a good job. It's actually something that I meant to bring up with my therapist last week, but last week I ran into some trouble of my own. I forgot my appointment. That's happened 2 weeks in a row now. The first week I managed to get there in time with like 5 minutes late, but last week I completely fucking missed it. And I felt so bad. And like, bless my therapist. He is the most wonderful person in the world. I called them and I was like, hey, I'm so sorry. It's like half an hour in and I was supposed to be there at 1 and I'm not there and I'm so sorry and I don't know what we should do. Can we do a telehealth for the remaining half hour? What should we do? I'm sorry. And he's like, It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll just do a telehealth appointment. And then his computer wasn't working. And he felt so bad because like he's trying to make it work and I'm trying to just make up for the fact that I felt like I was wasting his time because I was late. But he was such a sweetheart. He even tried to rearrange because he knew there was another person who had canceled later that day. And he was like, well, we can make it up. We can do a different appointment at a different time today if you still really feel like you need to. And I'm just sitting here like, I don't feel like I need to. I'm actually doing pretty good this week, but I just feel bad that I didn't respect your time. Your stream is always a safe haven. I love being in your stream because you always make sure we are happy and safe. But you know when I stream and I'm laughing my ass off, having fun. But at the end of it, I don't know why, but my mood swings dip down very low to the point where I'm just depressed. That's very interesting to know, Snape. You could be, and this is, I'm not going to be diagnosing anybody for sure, but it's possible that you could be a bit more of an extrovert than you realize, which is funny because so many of us feel like we're definitely introvert people. I feel like I'm an introvert for sure. I get really stressed out when I'm in huge crowds of people and I don't know who to talk to and what's going on and everything wants my attention in all different directions. Super not my thing. But I also feel that way a lot of the time. I get really energized when I'm with you guys. You fuel my inspiration, I guess. And I find that when I'm done streaming, even though I've been streaming for hours throughout the day and I've been having a wonderful time, yes, I'm tired and I'm exhausted and I would like to stop being so chit-chatty because my throat hurts from talking all damn day. I still get a little sad after. I still crave being with these people who I feel comfortable with. Are you okay with me sending my rant in your DMs, Frag? I feel like if I said it on Twitch, I'd be muted for a wall of text. That is up to you, Q. I don't think the bot will mute for walls of text. Reminded me of that one period where for several weeks I just didn't want to do anything, yet I wanted to do everything at the same time and had the littlest of tasks just felt like too much. Oh, that's me on the daily. I'm glad that that was just a period of time for you and not constant, because that is something that a lot of people do struggle with constantly, and it's rough. And one morning, I just felt like I hit a brick wall and realized this shit ain't good. I should try being with friends. And after hanging out with some friends, that shitty feeling went away. Yeah. It's amazing how just a couple of hours with some people who you feel good with, who you feel like yourself with, can really, really change things. Whenever I'm streaming, I love being around my friends, and when I'm on my own, I hate it because I feel like I'm not good enough for the people who watch them. Watch me. Snake, you are always good enough. There is no such thing as not good enough. Mood. It wasn't a good time, and I hope it doesn't come back, but man, that was a horrible week, even if nothing bad technically happened. Nothing bad has to happen. You can just have a bad week. We're so used to having to feel like there's a reason for everything and there's a reason why we have to feel the way that we do, and sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes it's hormonal imbalances, sometimes it's the state of the world, sometimes we're just having a bad time. What matters is recognizing that and knowing that we can sit down and say, okay, I'm not doing good. I don't like where I am in this headspace. I don't really want to go out and party or anything, but I think maybe I just want to exist in a space where I know I'm allowed. Somewhere I don't have to apologize for just being. There's a reason I've lived here almost 2 years and still have not unpacked all of these boxes. Half of Rin's room is still packed with my shit. Oh, that is something I unfortunately relate to myself. When we moved here to take care of Grandma, that was several years ago at this point. We never unpacked, my mom and I. It was supposed to be a temporary situation that we didn't really foresee going longer than 5 years. And it went on instead for 8, which, good for Grandma, bad for Grandma, I don't know, I'm not really decided still. Alzheimer's is a terrible thing. Dementia's a terrible thing. So even though she did live much longer than we expected, it was still not her anymore. And so I can't really say, I'm glad that she lived longer. I'm glad that she had more time. Because at the same time, it wasn't really her anymore. And I know she wasn't really happy with a lot of the things that she was experiencing. So that one's kind of a gray area. It's a hard one to call. But for all the time that we've lived here, hell, my stuffed animals from when I was a kid are still in trash bags, sitting on top of my shelves. I have 4 of them, 4 big trash bags, just stuffed with stuffed animals, and they have been there for almost a decade now. I don't know why I haven't unpacked them. I guess just because we've been in a constant state of not knowing how long we were going to have here. Lived in my last place 11 years and still had some boxes unpacked. I vowed not to do that this time, but whoops, yep. Life just gets ahead of us sometimes. That, and sometimes we just have to prioritize other things. We don't have the time or spoons or mental capacity to deal with those things. Because you're not just unpacking physical stuff, you're unpacking mental stuff too. There's baggage in both forms. There's guilt, there's shame, which there shouldn't be, but there is. I mean, hell, I've got a huge Transformers collection that I haven't seen for a decade now. It's just been packed up. And I keep thinking to myself on the days that I'm not streaming, I should go and grab some of those boxes and unpack them and start putting some price tags on things, get some stuff listed for sale or whatever. But then at the same time, the thought of, well, do I really want to let this stuff go? Am I the same person I was when I got this? Do I still care about this, or am I just forcing myself to move on from it because I'm so used to not having any other option? And then I think, well, that's a lot to unpack physically and mentally. I'd rather just watch Crapopolis. Also, hi, D Cruz. I apologize. I've been ranting, but that's what we're here for right now. Greg, you want to know the reason why I got my Weed Raptor and how I got the inspiration? Of course, Snake. I won't blame you for not wanting to look at it and at the rant if you don't want to, but it's there in your DMs. Does this spark joy? Yeah, it's hard to tell if something sparks joy if you are still kind of emotionally numb. Because sometimes nothing sparks joy when you're emotionally numb or when you're still dealing with trauma of things. And then afterwards, you're like, man, I wish I hadn't gotten rid of that thing because I was emotionally numb at the time. And I live in fear of that state constantly. Reason why I got the inspiration to do my weed raptor was because of you. Aww! I took several details from your raptor, like your feathers and your beautiful green eyes. Well, thank you, Snake! I'm flattered! And I'll let you in on a little secret. My green eyes were inspired by Sonic the Hedgehog when I was a child. So, joke's on you. You have also been influenced by Sonic T. Hedgehog. Your eyes are green? Yeah. Well, my raptor eyes are green. Probably the blue too, eh? A little bit. Q. Is this something that you would like for me to read out loud? If not, I'd be more than happy to read it when I'm not on stream so that I can kind of acknowledge and address it later in a more quiet setting. And if you want to. Okay. Okay, so yesterday I ran over 2 miles in the span of 10 minutes to get to the train station, and I'm not an athletic person. Big mood. So I was struggling because of the heat. I get to the train station, and my train leaves the second that I get to the station, and I had to wait for an hour for the next one to show up. That train terminated a few stops before I actually get off, and I was told to either wait another hour for a train or search for the local bus station to get a bus home. Then today, the first thing I heard when I got home was my mother making a dig at me for wearing my Murder Drones merch, trying to tell me that they didn't go together when they do. They 1000% do. And then when I tried to explain to her that her comment felt like a dig and had upset me, she went off on one. Then I didn't even get to sit down for 10 minutes before I had to go shopping for chips, as you Americans call them fries. And had to dish up my own dinner, which I didn't get to eat because of my little sister. She threw bubble mix over it. Oh no! Ended up copping with my mother. She kept being really snarky to me. Apparently, I've been lying to her about something, but I haven't, and she won't tell me what this supposed lie was. Gotta love when parents are like that. She just wouldn't stop, going on to the point where it felt like she was trying to make me feel guilty for not being okay. Man, that's so rough, Q. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all of that. Well, I very much hope that the next few hours for you get to be nice and calm and peaceful, and that you can get a break from your mother's nagging from all of that. We will do our best to provide that environment for you. My color blindness acting up because I thought that they were a yellowy color. Oh! You know, I could see that. I can see that it would be kind of drowned out by the colors around it as well. And it's only Tuesday. It is only Tuesday, but let's hope that the worst of it stays behind us. I know that's hard to do. Hugs Q and gives a warm blanket and dino nuggies. Yes, Q deserves all of the dino nuggies. I've got some exciting news for tomorrow, if you'll happen to be around for it. Tomorrow is our gaming day, and I am super, super excited. We are finally going to get to play that new Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic game. Is it kisses? Maybe. I don't know. Do you get to kiss robots? We'll find out together. I have avoided almost all of the spoilers. I don't know what has been spoiled for me and what hasn't, other than a couple of images of characters that I'm hoping I've just seen in passing glances, and I don't know whether or not they're canon or if they are fanon. But I've done everything in my power to make sure that I'm going in totally blind. I have no clue what to expect, and I'm holding you all to that. No spoilers. Only thing I've got to look forward to is that I will be house sitting for my uncle on Friday night. Ooh. That'll be nice. You'll have the whole house to yourself. I'm gonna switch to my room on my laptop so that I can be under a blanket and just vibe with you. Hell yeah, Snake. Get nice and cozy for today's art. I don't know if we will be having anybody visit today on stream. I haven't heard much from the others. I did not plan anything to be collabed today, but if they touch base and decide that they want to hang out for a little bit, I'd be down for that. But I am just as happy to be here with you guys on my own. We get to dial things down to more of a Bob Ross level when it's just me. Speaking of Bob Ross, I actually started to do a little bit of a traditional painting the last few days. Not a whole lot, but it was a trend that I had picked up a couple of paintings a while back, and I had always wanted to do this. I don't know if you guys have seen other people do it, but the way it works is you go to like a thrift store or something and you find a traditional painting that was done by somebody else. It doesn't have to be an actual painting, but it helps if it is. It can be a print, but usually you want to try and aim for one that was an actual painting. Most of the time you're going to find landscapes, and that's exactly what I found. I'll have to take a picture of it. I forgot to take a before, but it was this bright orange kind of fall landscape with a lake in the middle of it. and I decided that I wanted to try and add something to it. That's how this trend has worked. I forget what they call it, but a lot of the time people will take these and paint in like a stormtrooper scene or put some creatures hiding in it or something like that. It's a fun thing. And I decided with the color scheme that it had going and the nice big lake right in the middle, I wanted to paint a Gyarados from Pokemon, specifically the red Gyarados.
Hey,
Hey,
what's
what's up?
up?
Hi, Kazoo. How's it going? But that's what I started doing with that. I spent about an hour just kind of free painting with some watered down acrylics to get my base layer done. I'm really happy with how it's coming out. It's hard not to overthink the project. I'll definitely be posting pictures of it once I'm done, though. Who knows when that'll be. Don't think that this is a spoiler, but I will say to make sure that you don't hang around the game area for too long, or going back to previous puzzles can... Oh shit, hold on. For too long, or going back to previous puzzles because I was a little bit of a backseat stream, and he corrupted his save file? Oh shit. Yeah, I kind of expect to go into it with early game issues. From what I've seen, nowhere near as bad as Security Breach. Thank God. But also, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed. Part of the fun of Security Breach was just how glitchy it was. In fact, I'd be willing to say a good half of the fun was that. Wish me luck. I'm gonna try and do some more writing for my AU. Yes, good luck, friendly! I'm excited to read! Why can't games release functional anymore? Because of capitalism. That's it. That's the only reason. Eh. I do miss when games were able to release fully finished. I think that it's a combination of just needing to pump things out for the entertainment industry because there is such a demand constantly. Because we are creatures of habit, we tend to just consume as fast as possible and then drop everything that we don't care about. It's an awful way to go about life. If you haven't already, I always encourage people to take a step back and try to slow their consumption of things. You'd be amazed at how much more joy you can get out of things if you just limit yourself to it and don't go so fast. Some people think that the whole point of a game is to beat it, when really the whole point of the game is to play it. Because once you beat it, it's over. You want to enjoy it. You want your money's worth. Oh boy, late stage capitalism, my favorite. My brain keeps wanting to pronounce AU like Tim Taylor. Oh, like the Tim Taylor grunt. Eh? Oh god, now I'm gonna do that every time I see it. Thinking of trying to write some sort of demo set of chapters, but I'm so scared of having no chance? Having aught chance? Something, so I might just clarify it as a draft if I do end up writing demo chapters. But so far I'm just drafting the rough plot. Yeah. Here's the thing, friendly. You're not going to get the whole thing done in one go. You're not going to get a whole novel's worth of story down on, like, scrawled notes. It's going to take you years to get it to the perfection that you want it to be, to that glorious reveal of what it should be and deserves. But until that time, you still have fans. You still have people who are so eager to absorb that information. And I'm one of them. I will happily read your first draft, your second draft, your third draft, your umpteenth draft. I don't care. I know that the potential is there, and I know that it's going to be amazing, no matter what format it is delivered in. I need to tell myself that when I play War Thunder and Rocket League. Yeah, winning is fun. Beating a game is fun. But it's only so fun. And it's costly too, because when you get to the end of it, if that's all you were striving for, there's like this double-edged moment of like, yes, I did it, and also, oh fuck, now what? And that just kind of immediately destroys the joy that you get out of it. It sucks. So if you can try to recondition your brain a little bit to be less about the winning, less about the completing aspect, and more about the, I guess, the journey, the friends we make along the way. I mean, hell, that's the reason that I've had so much fun with Poppy Playtime. I enjoy replaying Poppy Playtime over and over and over again, purely just because it's fun. It's fun to go through the story again. It's fun to see what new weird things might glitch out. Infected with my brain weird. Neurodivergent echolalia is a pretty fun disease, I will say. The way it infects people, you can get a whole room full of neurodivergents doing squawking sounds at each other if you time it right. I'm an aspiring writer and artist and I can't spell. That's okay, none of us can. Words are fake. Here's a $100 game. It'll be buggy as hell unless you get the $60 DLC, which doesn't add any new stuff, and all it does is mix a few game-breaking glitches as well as all currently known speedrun tech, whilst adding a whole new nest of glitches. Actually, have some of you guys seen the new comparisons that people have been making of those Pokemon games that came out on Switch that were, like, laggy and buggy as hell versus how they run on the Switch 2? It's been pretty comical. Literally me with Bendy the Dark Revival and Dead by Daylight. Yeah!
Bitch!
Hey, bitch! Hi, Tot. How's it going? I'm here to tattle on Jinx. Thank you for subscribing, Tot.
Lily Toto just subscribed for 11 months.
Love the way she says your name. Lilitoto. He's being an ass. What else is new? I don't believe in the English language. That's why I like open world games, because there's always new stuff that you can see in the world. Yeah! They apparently feel like they should have been on Switch 2 to begin with. See, that's what's so wild to me, is like, how did they make this game for a system deliberately for this system, no other system, and yet it failed to run correctly? Like, obviously it didn't run any differently when they were testing it, but when they made it, it had to have run more smoothly, I guess, on the computers that they were making it on. So what the hell happened? It's like a totally different game on Switch 2 now from what I've seen. Not really, I'm more mad about Game Freak showing us that they could actually give us the Pokemon game fans. The Pokemon game that fans have been wanting. Yes, there you go. Sorry, that one tricked me up a little bit. Answer is money. Yeah. I'm trying to envision what it was like for them to be sitting in their offices making this game and having it run just fine on their computers or whatever, and then once they put it on the Switch, it was laggy and buggy as hell, and they just kind of were looking at it like, well, it is what it is. Pack it and ship it. Oh, I did miss what you said, Snake. Let me scroll up. In War, Thunder, and Rocket League, I'm the person who's constantly getting carried, but there are times where I'm good as hell, but 95% of the time, I get carried. That other 5%, I'm actually doing good. I'll be honest, almost 100% of the gameplay that I have ever put into Rocket League has been just me bumbling around desperately trying to hit the ball in any direction it's willing to go. And that's fun for me. Some people are insanely good at that game. The answer is that they force out a new game every 3 to 4 years and don't give their developers time to cook. Exactly, yeah. Which is such a shame because some of the most beautiful gameplay mechanics of all time have come from just letting game devs fuck around and find out. I wish that we had time to do that again. I'd love to do that with you, Freg, if you would ever like to. I'm gonna have to figure out how I can stream games from my Switch. Because there are several games that I would like to stream from my Switch. I just don't know how yet. It's something I need a Badger Tot to teach me how to do. Is Rocket League exclusive to Switch, or is that multiple different platforms? Because if it's just regular on PC, I'll just do it that way. That would be easier. My friend made a good point that all these games' prices going up means that more people will buy indie games. Absolutely. It is cross-platform. Okay. Maybe that's something we can do sooner rather than later then. No, I will say I was surprised to find out that Secret of the Mimic was only $40. I fully expected that one to be $60, like minimum. Whether it would be worth that price or not, because if I remember correctly, that's how much Security Breach was as well. Rocket League community game. Hell yeah. I'll add that to the list of ideas for community nights, because that is something we're still trying to get rolling. It's mostly just been my own IRL life stuff kind of getting in the way. We've got a couple different things listed for community nights. We've got a VR chat night. We've got Beast Wars watch party, since that's something that I know a couple people were interested in. We've recently started doing a couple more movie nights again. Not in community instances and stuff, but just like amongst local friend groups and whatnot. We used to do them weekly. One of these days I'd like to get back into that. Gotta try and attend one of these fun events. I've been wanting to ask about it, but I never know where to ask. That's okay. Yeah, the Discord, I need to set up more stuff for it, because I know I need to set up some rules in the server for image content, just so that we can make sure we're clear on, like, anything that has blood would have a censor over it or whatever. No, not safe for work currently. It's one of these, maybe I'll just have to take like a week off from actually streaming and just spend it active in the Discord getting things redone and set up. I will admit, I made the Discord very haphazardly. I have never really like set one up with bots and stuff before, so I was very timid about doing a lot of it. Just a warning, I'm legit high as fuck, and 9 times out of 10 I'm probably gonna pass out while in your stream, Frank. That is perfectly okay, Snake. You might know everything I'm gonna do, but that's not fair going to help you since I know everything you're going to do. Strange, isn't it? Uh-oh, those are lyrics to something. The hardest part really about the Discord has been trying to make sure that A, bots don't get in, and B, kids. A lot of it's just kind of all on a truth-based system, really. If any of you are children, if any of you are minors, there's not a whole lot I can do to sleuth that out. I apologize, but I'm not going to devote hours and hours and hours of my time checking every individual person who joins the Discord, whenever they join the Discord, going through and trying to find their Twitters and Blue Skies and anything that I can just to make for absolute certain that they are adults And that's why I've been explicit about the no not safe for work stuff, even though I personally don't really give a damn, and I have several friends and connections with people who are lewd tubers and who that is like their primary point of work. It's just one of those things I haven't really found a good way to protect. It's the Sonic OVA movie. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's another one that we need to watch. Why don't we want minors in the Discord server? Just because it's something that if we do start allowing things like not safe for work art or like adult commentary, I don't want minors to be exposed to that. It's obviously not for minors. But unfortunately, we live in a time where minors can kind of weasel their way into everywhere that they're not supposed to be. And there's only so many preventative things that we can do without knowing more about who's behind the account. It's for both the protection of the adults and the minors. They'd be able to mine us some iron and good gold and diamonds. Not that kind of miner. Besides, I don't think there's a whole lot of gold and diamonds lying around in Discord. Miners, not miners. Oh, I'm trying to keep track of all of my sticky notes here. But the heat has unfortunately caused several of them to fall. And I have a very unfortunately placed trash can. I really need to do something about that. I have a very tiny trash can in my room, which I know several of you have caught me yelling at Bronx to stay out of. She loves to tear up paper, and that's all that goes into this trash can. But my sticky notes are like on the side of my desk, like the hutch of the desk that's right above where that little trash can is. So if they fall down and get a slight catch of the breeze, they end up drifting directly down into the trash can, and I never hear from them again. It's just not the best setup, but I don't really know where else to put my trash can. I think some of my little sister's bubble mix went in my mouth because I can taste soap. Oh no! Man, bubble mix does get on everything. I had bought a bubble wand a couple summers back for Bronx because she loves bubbles. But every time we use it, it's inevitable. It's gonna cover your hands. That's just the cilantro. Are you one of those people, Ninji, who tastes soap and cilantro? I feel bad for y'all. I love cilantro. It's the glitter of liquid. No, I just had to make the joke, though. Good, I'm glad you did. Chauncey's not here right now, but I know she's one of the people that I know that has the soap syndrome. Apparently, it's a hereditary thing. It's some kind of genetic, well, gene. All right, we've got a little over 5 minutes before our first hour is up here, and our ads will run. It's the sausage, chips, and beans. Worst X-Men power next to the one I have. Do they have a lesser X-Men school? Instead of being for the gifted and powerful or whatever the phrase is? It's just for the ones that have somewhat mundane but slightly more useful mutations. Like, what if your mutation is you can understand any language, but you can't speak it? You have the ability to know exactly where any specific bluebird is, but no other kind of bird. Your mutation is that you can taste colors. In some cases, they're the same classes, but others I think that they're a specific class. The Y-Man. Actually, there's a good comic series that I was a huge fan of when it was actively coming out. I think it's been over for a little bit. I'm not sure. I haven't checked. I stopped reading around the time that I moved, purely because we didn't have a comic book store anymore. But it's called Chew, and the whole series is based on food-based powers. Our main character, Tony Chu, is an Asian American man who is able to psychologically, like, or psychedelically, I don't know, some way psych based, he is able to tell everything that what he just ate went through before it was eaten. So, say he eats a burger, he will have the like imagery flash through his head of that cow's life as well as its death and the processing that its meat went through. And because of that, the only thing that he's able to eat without experiencing seeing the full process that it went through before becoming his food is beets. So he pretty much exclusively eats beets because they're the only thing he doesn't have to have like the traumatic living through experience of every time. The plot twist is that the entire comic series is a murder mystery series. So he gets recruited to have to use his powers to figure out how people were murdered by tasting their dead bodies. But there's a bunch of other people in this comic series that also have food-based powers, and his entire family, I think, has different food-based powers. Wyman, but spelt Y. The one who does know every language, although he's also able to speak them too, is known to be massively overpowered because of it. He should be a detective. He would know everything about the sea. Yeah, you guys got it. Yeah, he teams up with another guy. I forget what they're called. They have a special name for what kind of powers their stuff does. And he ends up teaming up with the other detective, who is the one that like started this team of detectives because he has the same exact power. But then at somewhere along the lines, they find out that if another person has some kind of food-based power and they eat another part of another person who has a food-based power, certain ones can absorb the powers of others. So then there's this whole cannibalism arc. It's a really great story. His girlfriend's a great character too. Her food-based power is that she is a food critic, and so she is able to write in a way, like she can describe food in a way, or describe anything in a way that the reader or listener experiences the feeling of eating whatever it is that she's describing. So, in being a food critic, she would do food reviews on different restaurants, and people reading it would like experience the feeling of eating that meal at that restaurant and then go to eat at that restaurant. She was very like high wanted in the marketing industry. So when she ended up being involved with like one of the cases or something like that, she witnessed a case, I think. That's how Tony ended up meeting her, and then he like fell in love with her because she was able to give him the experience of eating different foods besides beets without having to experience his power. They're a cute couple. They are a power couple throughout the entirety of the series. That could be a weapon too. Yeah, oh, she uses it as a weapon. Trust me. Read about eating shit. Yeah, she goes worse than that. She's fantastic. And they do bring... Oh, hold on. Ads are going to start in about a minute here. I'll probably keep talking about Chu in the meantime as we move over. But yeah, they do touch base a lot on, like, just the racial struggles of being Asian American, which I thought was a really nice touch. They didn't have to throw that in, but they did. Because I think he lives in a city akin to New York. And it's very obvious how, like, his whole family has been kind of going through that process of, like, moving to America and the generational effects of racism and things like that. And also the struggle of being different, which is frequently used as the metaphor of their powers, but is very obvious and easy to tell that that is a parallel of racism and stuff like that. It's incredibly well written, and one of the... What is the artist who does it? Hold on, let me check. I have one of the comics right down here. It's written by John Layman, and I believe illustrated by Rob Gilroy. Oh, no, not Gilroy. Gilroy? Let me link to a page about it. That way you guys can figure it out on your own and look into it if you like. Here we go. Here's the wiki page. And I will say the art style changes quite a bit from the first chapter to the next couple, because you can tell in the first couple comics where he was kind of getting a feel for the style. It's really cool to get to see. But don't go into it if you have a sensitive stomach and are squeamish, because they do get kind of graphic at times. I kind of feel like that applies to all comics, but... Forced to read about eating shit that's coated in vomit and male milk, as well as topped with the world's spiciest pepper and world's strongest wasabi. Yeah. Now you're thinking like his girlfriend. What was her name? Ah, I can't remember. Doesn't say it on here at first. Amelia. Amelia Mintz. She's described as a Sabo Scrivener, which is what they call her ability. Several of their names are puns, like Tony Chu. His last name is spelled C-H-U, but obviously is a pun on the name of the comic, which is chew, as in to eat. John Colby. Literally make people think about the VTube legend eating Mike Tyson's ass. Has a cousin named Pika. I don't remember, but I wouldn't put it past them. He has a huge family. They actually have an entire chapter that's about his family and that talks about all the different powers and stuff that they have. Because he's not the only one in his family that ended up having them. I think he does have a cousin that ends up being a relevant character too. Man, now I'm going to want to go back and reread it. All right, before we keep diving too far down that rabbit hole, we need to shift gears. It is time for art. Wait a minute, hold up. Did our ads run already? I got the warning saying that they were about to play, and now it says that they're over. That didn't feel like 3 minutes. Well then. Let's worry about this instead. Where's my tablet? There we go. Hello, Ragatha. Actually, before we start on this, let's take a look at where we left off on all of these. Oop, nope, that's not the right one. So, last time, and I do have the watermark up here. I apologize if it's obnoxious. But last time we had left off on rendering Kinger, and I had really, really overthought it. So while off stream, I went back and just threw some simple flats onto him to call it a day and see how I felt about it later. When I came back to it, I was actually pretty okay with how they all looked. And the one thing I'm trying to hold on to here is to not overthink it. If I don't like something, I just need to let it go. Because what matters is it needs to be finished, not perfect. We can always make it better later. So last night, I did end up doing Jack's emotes and finishing his rendering. So these are done. I'm actually pretty happy with how they came out. I went ahead and tested them on Discord, and they don't compress as well as I'd like on desktop, but on mobile they still look exactly how they do here. And I'm okay with that. Could just be my software is not up to par with the rest of the world. Like how a perfectionist would try to shade the shotgun. Yeah, no, fuck that. So we've got Kinger and Jax and Gangle are all done. And we are going today to hopefully blast through the rest of them. We'll see how it goes. I'm not going to put any pressure on myself to get it perfectly done at the end of the day, but we're going to try. And with that in mind, I'm actually going to switch over to some amazing digital circus music, which is going to sound a lot like FNAF music. And if we run out, we'll probably switch over to listen to other fandom songs, just to keep the motivation going. There we go. I don't think I have a very long playlist for it. Teeth. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I want to change, but I'm not going to. Like Ragatha, I feel like I could have done better on the composition for specifically this one. Like I could squeeze it so that her hair's not cut off, but I don't think I want to. I think she looks fine. I don't think they all need to be perfect. And if somebody wants them and wants it to be that way and they aren't happy with it, they don't have to buy it. So I've already done some warm-ups. Hopefully I won't have too shaky of a hand. We're just going to continue on with what we're working on after I get a little bit more situated. I don't think Raggy can hear you over the knife. What do you guys think is going to happen in the new episode? Have there been fan theories? I haven't really been paying much attention to the fandom. All I know is that now Jax is getting a gun. Now, I haven't picked out the colors to shade her. I've been using the same two colors for Kinger and Jax because they both share a color scheme that's very similar of hots and warms. Ragatha might need her own colors, especially because her skin is beige. We've got our purple, and that's on the wrong layer. That's okay. Let's see how we feel about the orange. Which do we like better for her skin tone shading? The darker, warmer color or the cooler color? I feel like we're going to lose her eye if we go with the purple. We believe that Kane is going to have a mental breakdown, and that's why there's so many adventures. Yeah, it seems like they're going through a couple different genres for this adventure. But then again, he did also say that Bubble's the one who's taking care of it, so... I like the warmer one. I do too. I haven't done any of the shading on any of the Ragatha ones yet, so it might be a little tricky to get a feel for it first. Once we get the first one done, though, we should be able to fly through it. I'm also only using my pencil brush this time, not the textured brush. And the reason for that is because of when I did the shading with the textured brush, it really didn't want to compress well. It had a lot of issues. I might need to turn my stabilizer up a little bit today. My hands are a bit shakier. I will say, I forgot to mention this earlier, I'm currently having an endo flare, but it's nowhere near as bad as they usually are. So I'm holding on to that. I want to try and get as much done as I can, as long as it's willing to be nice to me this week. We're going to be doing a lot of flip-flopping today. I think I'm going a little heavy with the shadow, and I don't know if I want to do that or not. Oh yeah, I got a sketch that I'm going to send into ArtShare. Hell yeah! Take a look. Aw, bug! Oh, that's such a cute moth. Is that a hint of Valentino inspiration I see upon the antenna? I love all those hearts all over it. That's adorable. Actually, a sketch redesign? don't think we
This
can
is
use...
art.
Wait.
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Frosty. How's it going? I'm just now starting with our renders of the day. Trying to decide on what colors to use on what part. I have a feeling we're going to need to have a different layer for Ragatha's lighter colors, though. Let's try her hair next. Shown the original in ArtShare as well. Let's take a look. Aw, I like the pose in that one. The new wings are definitely much, much prettier, though. The old ones were very pretty, but I like this new design better. Okay, yeah, Ragatha's definitely going to need different colors than what we've been using. Because that's not the best. Well, what I'll do is I will start with black. This is a cheat sheet way if you can't decide what you want to do. And we will use this black to fill in all of our shadows, and then we will color it with a different color later when we decide what looks best. Drew that original one back in February and didn't like it anymore, so I made the new version. Look at that. That's how fast progression as an artist can happen. Oh boy. I should have known Ragatha was going to challenge me with all of her tubey hairs. It's licorice hair, what do you expect? Cell shading is one of my most favorite ways to shade, but I really end up overthinking where the shadows should go. Knock, knock, who cares? Unaware. Oh, I got the wrong lyrics. I do like this song a lot. Twizzlers gives me the satisfaction of eating cables. Listen, there's a reason why certain candies exist. Nerds give me the satisfaction of eating that aquarium gravel that I can't actually have. I haven't had nerds in ages. Okay, listen, they've come out with these new things. I think they're called nerds clusters. They are unimaginably addictive. It's like a nerd's rope, but instead of the rope, it's just a like gummy gob that they rolled in nerds. It's so fucking good. I can't buy them because I'll just sit there and eat them. I don't think I've had them since I trick-or-treated, which being 25 has been a hot second. They were a very popular trick-or-treating candy to give out. Whoa. Are our green screens still not working? Hold on, let's take a look. This was an issue last week, too. Your browser source was offline. That is untrue. Hmm. Hold on, we're going to troubleshoot this again. Okay, got that working again. At least it should be anyway. Hold on. Let's go back to my alerts.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Yep, we got it working again. We having crunchy audio issues too? It's a multiple audio source issue with the music crunchiness or just lag or whatever. Happens to me too. Wah! Weh! I've given you too much power again. I'm gonna be honest, we've been without green screen for so long now. I forgot what we even had. Wow, I'm glad that's working now. Let's go ahead and restart that song. It is probably just lag. Our internet's janky as hell. Not anymore. I was wondering if it was my headset, though, because my headset is partially broken. Yeah, no, it happens a lot here. Thank you for letting me know, though. It was my first time I threw you in the pit. Do we know if this new episode coming out is supposed to be the Jax-centric episode? I forgot to check that list. I think this is the only Tadic fan song I've actually heard. Very much a lurker in the Amazing Digital Circus spaces, like the show, but the fandom is scary. I have not kept up with the fandom at all, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm terrified to know what they're like.
If you become lightheaded
What?
from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. When is the new episode supposed to come out? In 3 days, the 20th. I am being very calm and normal about the deadline. And the only thing that I know of that we know of for any detail about the episode is that Jax gets a gun. Trying not to overthink the shadowing, because it is just an emote. But I want to. Nah, we're not going to overthink. We are going to figure out what color this one should be, though, and how dark. I will say watching the fandom breakdown from Jax being the sexy man for like one episode and then immediately, oh wait, he's actually an asshole was really funny. Yes, man, I'm so glad that they are not backing away from that and they are 100% just going to make him a douchebag, an irredeemable douchebag. Like, I hope that they do make him human. I hope that they give him moments where, like, obviously we can relate to him. He is obviously not happy being here either. But I hope he's just a dick. Like, I hope he's miserable to play games with because he's just like this. He's the kind of person that ruins Roblox. Shocked that people were surprised that the character who was rude to everyone in the pilot continued to be rude to everyone. As a Starscream fan, we need a good ass hat sometimes. Exactly, yes. I don't want to fix him. I want him to be worse. I think I'm gonna go with this blue to shade with. It looks purple on her hair because it's, you know, blue and red make purple. Why is... oh. And then I think we need to change this blue as well. Is that too bright? My big concern is oversaturating it. Let's see how she looks compared to the other ones. It's a little bright. Oh my god. Is this... Lucky's out there?
I moved the mat.
Uh-huh.
Not only slim, but enough.
Well, we're just loaded with snakes, aren't we?
Here, oh, I had skin for baby.
This is the baby by the way. There was a shed for Slim out front?
Another snake.
Oh.
It moved so fast I didn't get a chance to even see.
We must have had an entire clutch of them in the backyard. Yeah. What is wrong, Bronx? Okay. Yes, please. Well, that was a visit from my mom. She has been absolutely infatuated with the snakes in the backyard. And so she just brought me a shed. We've been watching all of them. And there's a baby that definitely just hatched this week. And apparently it has just shed. She brought me the shed. It's so small. But yes, mom's soap operas have been purely the snakes in the backyard at this point. She's been naming them. We have Lucky, who is missing half of his tail, and we have Slim, who is smaller than Lucky. They live on opposite sides of the gutters. She's very enthusiastic about it, and I love hearing about them. Every time she goes out and does gardening, I get to hear a little bit more about the snakes and what they've been doing, and she's seen another one. With how many rabbits you got? Yeah, with the rabbits and the frogs, we have a good population. Oh, hold up. I'm going to start our little playlist over here just because I know I talked through quite a bit of that. I think this will be okay. I don't hate these colors. I keep going back and forth on the hair and if it should be darker or not, but I think I'm overthinking. Also, hello, Rosie. Did you just wake up? If so, good morning.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Rosie. Good morning. I've come to bother you with my love. Will you be working on art and stuff today? Haven't been kidnapped by a cowboy yet, so I'm trying. Ah, wah! Being booped. All right, now we're going to do my classic teenager on DeviantArt in the year 2010 maneuver, which is to put a white highlight on the edges of everything. And because Ragatha is more of an organic character, I would say, I'm going to be a little bit gentler with it. I might even change it so that instead of it being white, it's overlaying as a screen layer instead. Because I noticed on Jax, his were a little intense. On Kinger, they disappear because he's already got so much white on him. But on Jax, they're a little bit brighter than I think I would like. I was hoping that would elicit an awa noise. I can assure, all of my frag noises are almost completely involuntary. I've noticed several of my friends now also whenever there is anything to be protest of any sort. That intense may help, though, I think, because the detail may stick out more when tiny. That is true. We will see. I love that we love Frag Noises ASMR. The real problem is when you get me and Tot in a room together, then it's just nothing but vocal stims from both of us. I'm trying not to go too heavy with these. I feel called out. No, it's true though, because both of us have like screamy stims at time, and then when we both get excited over shit, it's just like two birds sitting there like, wah! Thank you, Rosie, for the double song. Sorry, I saw it and was unsure if I'd seen it. Speaking of seeing things, Rosie, have you watched the new trailer? Good. If you guys haven't watched it yet, you should. In fact, I can link it to you really quick. It's brilliant. It makes me mad how much their comedy is directly linked to my funny bone. Here we go. There's the link to the YouTube video of their trailer for the next episode. Feel free to mute me and go watch that. I'm wondering if we're gonna have like a villain arc for Kane. A lot of people seem to be insinuating that he's going to have one. I'm unsure if they're going to commit to him being a villain or if they're just going to commit to him being a program. Because I don't think he genuinely is evil. I don't think he knows what he's doing is not great. I think he's kind of a tragic story in itself because I think he was programmed in a way that his existence is meaningless. And that's a really interesting concept. And so I'm hoping they'll dive more into that angle. It's so easy to make a villain that's just a villain. I don't think he wants to hurt people. I think he genuinely is just trying to follow his program. It's like a Tron situation. He's supposed to take care of these humans. He's supposed to entertain them. He's doing his best to do that, but they don't want to be there. He can't change that. And he can't get them out. He wasn't programmed for that. I think he was either a developer's character stand-in, but my idea is that they made him into made him a learning AI. Yeah. I still think that he is like not necessarily a game dev, but like a game dev's kind of persona that ended up becoming kind of sentient by mistake. I think the original dev is our Abel character. We are yet to know anything about. But that's why I think it's a Tron situation. Have any of you guys seen the Tron reboot? I'm going off of it like everybody knows about it, but I may have been the only one obsessed with it in high school because I loved Daft Punk. Love the Tron reboot. I've never seen Tron. Well, I know what we're watching, Rosie. I think you'll love it. It's not really a reboot so much as it is a continuation, but you don't need to have seen the original to get what's going on. It does a really good job at like explaining the lore. Still have to grab my girlfriend and make her watch it too. Hell yeah! Am I thinking movie night? Be down to watch it sometime? Yeah! Trying to think of like how I could summarize without spoiling things. Because Tron takes place with... I'm trying to remember names. What's our main character's name? I don't remember any of the humans. Was it Finn? Flynn? Everybody was named Flynn at that point in time. Well, anyway, main human character is the son of this dude who created a virtual world and then went missing. Obviously, you know, people go inside of the digital world and they meet computer programs and shit that are personified. But he created this world under the hope of creating real virtual intelligence, virtual life. And while he's there, he has a like robot clone of himself, essentially, that's just like his AI. So there's him and his AI, and his AI guy's name is Clue. And even though they're basically the same thing, the AI guy is still AI, and they like start to meet in these new programs that they don't really understand. And the AI guy's like, you told me to run this program a certain way and do this under these specific words, right? And he's like, yeah. He's like, okay. And then he like starts trying to eliminate anything that is considered an abnormality. So anything that starts to actually develop, he like starts to kill off or whatever, because it goes against the programming that he was given. And so I feel like that's kind of like what we might see with Cain. I know I've seen the original Tron movie at least once, but I remember next to nothing about it. I know I didn't like it though, because but that was 100% because it got spoiled with the new one first. Yeah, same. That and like the old Tron was old. It was before we had green screens really all that well and stuff like that. So it was kind of rough visually. There's a lot of bulges that are in your face a lot. I don't really know what I'm doing with her face. This might be good. This might be fine. Let's look at her compared to Jax again. Yeah, the white on her hair is just too white, I think. So let's take that and turn this to screen. Just recolor it. Because I like the white everywhere else. We'll just make it like a light pink. Good enough. That's my motto. Good enough. Actually, let me add in a reflective shadow here and there. Just to break up the monotony. That's good. I'm calling it. We've got our concerned Ragatha done. Now we have Kissy Face Ragatha. Oh yeah, completely random. I did something silly today. So it's hot, and our cats are shedding like crazy right now. And this is something I've been wanting to do for a while and just keep neglecting doing it. But as I was brushing Wolfie, because Wolfie and Bo have very different textured fur. Bo's more like a regular cat, but Wolfie's hair is like cotton candy. If you've ever seen people making cotton candy from the machine, the way it's like wispy and floaty and like just wafts upon the air, that's the way that Wolfie's fur is. So I was brushing her and I thought to myself, you know, as much as the cats love their own fur, I've always wanted to needle felt it into like a ball to see if they would play with it. So I did that. Neither of them were all that impressed, though. I was a bit disappointed with their reaction. I think I made the ball too tiny. I'll be trying again with more hair. Man, Ragatha, you've got such a weird hand. Oop. Our ads are going to come up in about a minute here. Wait! Well, hello there. Shit, ads are about to start any
Katsudrawn
second.
has
I am
raided the
very
channel
sorry.
with 4 eggs.
Hold on, let's snooze them for a second. All right. They will go off in another 5 minutes here. Hi, Katsu! How was your stream? I see you were playing Date Everything. I don't know anything about that game, but I did see it pop up today, and I have a feeling I already know what it's about, but would you mind telling us? It was fun? Good. It just released? Yeah, I think someone I follow on YouTube was playing it today. I'm assuming from the name of the game itself it is a dating sim where you can date literally anything. Can't buy it yet, but I want the full game so bad. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it if you'd like to go off. You get glasses that let you romance your furniture. Sexy object gajinkas? Holy shit. And food? That is beautiful. Alright, Katsu, I have to know who you romanced. You have DLC where you can romance microtransactions? For those of you who don't know, Katsu has been trying very hard to reach affiliate lately. How close are you, Katsu? Oh, wait a second. Hold on. This was not the playlist that we were listening to earlier. I don't know how we ended up on this one. This should be the right one. My bad. Going after a few since I think you can be poly, but you can also just be friends or get them to hate you. But I'm trying so hard to get in with the Yeti fridge man. Oh no! Just need to get a couple streams with 3 average views. Well, y'all heard it. You should give Katsu a follow and go check out their stuff next time they're live. They're so close. If it's Spotify, it sometimes just does whatever it wants. That is true. Oh, Frosty. I forgot to ask. You have a model debut coming out soon, don't you? A new... Is it your personal avatar? How's that going? It's a redesign of the TF Sona. Ooh! So are you still using the same model and you've just made changes to it, or did you make a whole new model? It's going up this Saturday. Fuck yeah! I will try to be there for it. I'm excited to see. Whole new model. Oh. I am so sorry for you for having to make a new mecha, but at the same time, I know that your work is amazing when it comes to mechas. I can't wait to see. Also, it looks like our ads are coming up soon, now that we've had our initial raid out of the way. The suffering that comes with being a mecha artist. Not gonna lie, I thought for so long that I was just like an insanely bad, slow artist, and it turns out it's just because I was drawing nothing but mecha. It's like, yeah, holy shit, it is a lot easier to draw a cartoon ragdoll than it is to draw a mecha. How many facets does her face have? None? Okay, cool. There we go. Our ad should be starting any second now. I think I need to change this one a little bit. Whoop. He loves food. He has such dad energy. He's just big and hairy, which I love. Physically, he is hot to me, but also he has the underlying anger issues, and for some reason that attracts me more to him. To be fair, I am known to be attracted to men with underlying emotional issues. You can fix the fridge. Especially when it's not a common factor and they are usually sweet. Bro yelled at me in a moment of frustration, then regretted it when he calmed down and apologized so hard. I swear to God, I am more down bad. Is that a good thing? Probably not, but he is hot. It's a dating sim game. Of course it's a good thing. It's doing exactly what it was intended to do. That's fantastic. I'm so glad that you have found your perfect match in this game. I can't tell if it feels like the ads are shorter just because I'm not the one watching them, or if it's because of this current endo flare, because I haven't had my usual symptoms. This one's been a weird one. I've had more dizziness today than I usually would get. But I've also had a very difficult time at like orienting myself, both physically and mentally. Like just time seems to be moving a lot faster than I realize. I think I'm sitting here for 5 minutes and it turns out it's been 20. But it doesn't feel like it. Slight spoilers, all while having a side plot where the glasses you are using, the glasses you are actually part of a government thing, and you need to keep them protected from the company who effectively fired you before your first day ended because of AI. That's not even the full story either. That's just part of it summarized. But anyways, I want to take the fridge to bed. This is a genius premise for a game. I gotta give him credit for that. Did we go with blue? Yeah, we did. As far as date everything, I need the nightmare. Uh-oh. So they weren't kidding about the everything part, huh? They have a character who looks like a mix of Heisenberg from RE8 and Astarion from Baldur's Gate 3, who is voiced by Neil Newbon. He plays the Dryer. I don't know who that voice actor is. Who else did that guy play? Because I have a good visual of that combo, Heisenberg and Astarion. Now, the problem is they both talk in stupid ways. And now all I can envision is that this character also talks as a like combination of Heisenberg and Astarion's stupid voice. I say that affectionately, by the way. I love Heisenberg and Astarion. I love to bully them more. They also have the fireplace guy, whose name is Dante, of course, voiced by Dante Bosco, who voiced Zuko from Avatar. He does, that's how I noticed. Oh god. Wait a minute, I think the people that I saw on YouTube playing it are the Game Grumps, and if that's the case, they're going to have a fucking field day with that character. They're half the reason why I can't think of Heisenberg without thinking of the way he talks. I think you'll love the Catboy Twink, who may be on the spectrum since he has super hyperfixation with time and clocks. He's the cat clock that you find in your house. Aww. Nightmare is a lady, which makes my lesbian heart happy. She's a shadowy, chimera-esque lady with a horse-like head and lots of eyes and teeth where they shouldn't be. She's great. She sounds hot as fuck. I'm definitely gonna have to watch one of y'all play this game. I think we're good on this one's shadows. Let's move on to our little highlights. I was hoping for Nightmare Boyfriend. But on... Oh, my channel. I see. May play more. I would love to watch you play more. I'll try and catch up on it, though. Don't know how I feel about that one. I like this song a lot, but I also kind of hate that it humanizes Jack so much. Like, I want him to be humanized this way, but not so much that I have pity for him. Because he's still a jerk. I still want him to be enough of a jerk that I don't feel bad for him because of how he copes. All right, we'll come back to this eye. I don't like how that's looking. Maybe with the other highlights it'll be a little better. Best part, the characters are voiced entirely. You only need to read the choices that you pick, plus the game plays great. Frankly, the only character I had is the angel-looking light boy, since he gives James Charles vibes to an infuriating amount. one interaction, and I did not want any more to do with him. Day one release and had no issues. That's great. Sounds like you had the same exact reaction to that character that I had to St. Peter from Has-Been Hotel. Mouse sensitivity is super high. Had to turn it from 10 to 4. Plus, there's no run button, but there is a crouch button. Concerned since I found like no reason for it. When I played the demo, I was so sad because I promised 2 of them I'd talk again the next day, but then the demo ended. Oh no! The tragedy. I assure you, I would rather spend the day with St. Peter. Ooh. I can definitely feel the brain fog creeping in today. I apologize if you guys are gonna have to let me know. But if I start repeating myself because of my short-term memory kind of flopping, let me know if that happens because the brain fog is gradually increasing. And I should assure there's nothing wrong. Like this is just kind of part of living with endo. This part, see, it doesn't affect me in a negative way with what I'm doing now. It would have in previous jobs. But all I'm doing right now is drawing. So I don't need to have long-term memory unless I'm working on something very complicated. Or short-term memory, whichever one I said earlier. Good news, I got an appointment set up with a psychologist. Hell yeah! Unfortunately, the only one available for my insurance only had an opening in October at the earliest. That sucks, but I'm glad that you were finally able to get one. It has to be on a video call, so I will need to be looking into a camera, maybe one for VTubing, so I can kill two words with one stone. Unless I want to pay full price, I don't have much option unless someone cancels. That's still good, Katsu. I'm really glad that you were able to get an appointment. It sucks that it's so far out, but it's a start. Everything's got to start at some point. You got your foot in the door, you're working on it. I'm proud of you for that. I feel that. Don't have endo, to my knowledge, but cramps are killing me right now. Oh, Frosty, I'm so sorry. I also very much hope that you don't have endo. It is very hard to tell these days. The only thing that I wish would stop right now is like the dizziness is getting substantially worse as I sit here. So I'm like leaning further and further to the left. Every time I catch myself, I gotta like sit straight up again just because I keep gradually making my way further and further the direction that I think the world is leaning. They did suggest setting me up to see my doctor to see if they can get me medication anyway. So we set that up. Stand up, move a bit, drink water, maybe that'll help. That's a good idea. I'll take a little bit of a stretch after I finish this one, because we're not too far off from finishing this one. Close your eyes for a moment. Oh, no. No, 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 no. That one will make it worse. That means I'll definitely fall out of my chair. Oh! Huh. Okay, that helps. That makes me more alert. No dizzy. My god, I did the fucking classic, like, reach up with the hand daintily on the chest and everything then. You're welcome. Oh, completely off topic again, but because this is CG5 singing, it made me think of FNAF. So, did you guys see more of the FNAF Dead by Daylight stuff was revealed today? We've got the Toxic Springtrap now, Glitch Trap, Clown Springtrap, whatever his name is, and our movie Springtrap. Apparently, it's been difficult to play Dead by Daylight today because of it. Because the servers can't keep up with how many people have been wanting to play. Got a new mic recently and used it during this stream. I hope it works better. I love his SCP song Superstitious Foundation. I've been losing it at White Man Jump Scare all day. The movie Afton Scream is great. Oh, I haven't seen that part yet. That was the only one I didn't look at. I still can't get over his roar. It's so dumb. I love it. It's really cool how they changed the animations for each of them a little bit. Like, it's Glitch Trap feels like an entirely separate character, and I really like that. Okay, unironically, I think that jump scare did actually help with the dizziness. I don't know where the highlight should go on here. Maybe that's good enough. I'm rewatching the scene where he yelled at me, and I'm like, yell at me again, my god. I don't know why I hate being yelled at. Also noticed I had the game much louder than me, so I'll turn it down for the next stream. Yeah, that's something I try to be very cautious of, but there are definitely times where I'm not able to catch it before it's too late. Oh, this is not an Amazing Digital Circus song. That's okay. Why don't we move over to the FNAF, mostly FNAF playlist? It's not all FNAF, it's just fandom songs, but a lot of them started with FNAF stuff. I gotta go through and remove several of them. We need more bendy songs. Okay, I looked away for a minute, and I actually don't mind how this looks. I do feel like the white is too bright. Something about this man getting angry has me like... I haven't heard this song in years. I used to really like it. I love this one still. I know this was before we like had any information about Bendy 2. But I really liked the voice that they chose. I kind of wish, like, if they ever did make Bendy talk, I wish he had this voice. Like, little Bendy, anyway. He's spunky. Is that too dull? Yeah, it kind of erases it. Been away for far too long. Something is off here. I think it's just because of the weird change in direction of the hair. Nope, that's not it. We'll leave it at that. She still looks cute as a button. To be honest, I don't even know why, despite not being being huge on mascot horror myself, I've kept up with all the major ones except for Bendy, and I don't know why. I hear that one was one of the better ones. Honestly, it was kind of confusing. I think because of the way that it came out. If you want to get into it, I definitely can't recommend Dark Revival enough, because I played through the when they had a sale, they had the original Bendy and the Ink Machine, I guess chapter, I don't know what the chapter sequence is. Friendly, I need your help. Friendly is like our resident Bendy expert. But the first playthrough that I did through, I guess that was Bendy and the Ink Machine. And then the second game is Dark Revival. Is that correct, Friendly? I know going into it, I needed someone there to explain it, and I got very lucky that Friendly showed up in the stream, because it was them and Kat. In terms of timeline, Bendy and the Ink Machine does take place before Dark Revival, yeah. Yes. So, like, they needed to explain to me what was going on, because on my own, I was not able to piece together that there is a lot more time-skipping stuff kind of going on than I realized. But once you're aware that it's supposed to be that way, it makes a lot more sense. I think you'd probably like it, Frosty. My only complaint, they give you the single most satisfying axe I have ever used in a video game, ever, in Bendy and the Ink Machine. And then in Bendy Dark Revival, you don't get the axe anymore, and it broke my heart. I'm still not over it. I want that axe back. I want that axe in every single game I ever play. Let me scroll up and see what Katsu wrote here. I think it's a similar idea to the Beast from Beauty and the Beast. He could yell at me and scare me, but I feel like I probably wouldn't leave him knowing that he does have a gentle side, and it was a very situational moment. I guess you'd like the video that I added you for. Are you talking about the one with the Sawyer animatronic? I was really excited for that. I had seen them tease a preview of it on TikTok a while back. In terms of time, oh, hold on. Like I said, when his sprite changed to his angry sprite, and I quote, "I will not apologize for how I am." To be honest, I expect that from Mascot Horror. I just stay informed to know what other people are talking about and referencing. It was a fun game. I did enjoy it. It plays more like Poppy than a FNAF game. I'd say maybe in comparison it could compare to Security Breach, but more so Ruin. I caved. I'm currently working on draft demo characters for the AU. I hope to share it, but I don't know where I'd put it. Do you mean like you're writing them out, or is it? I mean, obviously, if it's drawing, you could put it in the art channel. But even if it's writing is still art. Anything that you create can go into the art channel. That's my philosophy on it. FNAF is, oh, yes, the animatronic. FNAF is still almost too confusing to me, but I do enjoy the earlier 3 games a lot. Simple but effective. I'm completely lost on whatever's going on nowadays, though. Don't worry, we all are. This new game that just came out, where I'm going to play that on stream tomorrow. But from what I have heard, it very much has confirmed my suspicions that they have had to retcon the entirety of FNAF to make anything new. So this whole game is, from my understanding, an extraordinarily hefty overhaul of rewriting the backstory of FNAF. So maybe, with any luck, that'll help us make a little bit more sense of it. Because whatever the real story is behind FNAF has been completely lost. Used to be, we had Afton. He killed some kids, stuffed their bodies inside of animatronics, let them rot. Ghost kids came out, possessed the animatronics, and then killed him, and that was the story. But then they decided to continue that with more stories and more things, and Henry and Pizza Sim, and we don't even have any idea who the fuck is, like, Afton's son and all this other shit. Like, we just don't know. None of it makes sense. And it's not the game's fault, unfortunately. Because now that Steel Wool is the one that is making the games, they're doing a phenomenal job. But they're going off of Scott Cawthorn's writing and his instruction, and he flat fuck admitted in an interview that when they made Security Breach, he just didn't tell them a plot. He just told them ideas and was like, yeah, they'll figure it out. I'm not going to give them the full plot, though, because I don't want to spoil the secrets. And then it turns out the people making the game failed to make the game how he wanted them to make it because he didn't fucking tell them. Like, I'm sorry, it's not rocket science. Hi, Bronca. Come to see me? Writing readable chapters, yeah. I'll probably just screenshot it since Discord has a limit on word count for messages. If you want to, you can also share it as a Word document. That's usually how I would share things like that. But it's totally up to you. Also, Friendly, if you have your own server that you choose to put this stuff, that is also perfectly fine. You can put that in the self-promo channel. Because this, I don't want you to feel like my whole stream area is the only place you're able to share your creations. You should definitely be able to have a space that is where people can go to find your creations. If that is the case, I would love to be one of those people. I'm going to call it on this one and say this one's done. She's rather shiny, but that's all right. They're all going to be a little shiny. I might go back and touch up her highlights on the blue. We'll see. Right now, we just got to get them done. Nope. Let me reopen this one as just the PNG. This is what happens when you leave it to somebody else. If you want it done right, you should just do it yourself. You oversaturate your world with nothing but machines. You might make everyone happy, but you're dead inside just like me. Oh, that's not the right one. Oh, piss. I didn't save it with the right background, so it's not transparent. Let's drag these two over into this document. And we'll add more of these as we go. That way we can keep all of these reference ones in one spot. Plan to upload it to a fanfic site like Wattpad or AO3, but I'm hesitant with AO3 because I 100% believe in the AO3 author curse. Uh-oh, what's that? I will admit I don't visit AO3 very often, if ever. Not for any reason other than the fact that I don't do a lot of reading usually, because if I have free time, I tend to try and be productive with that free time. And reading forces me to sit still and not do anything with my hands. So if I'm gonna read something, I'll set it to an audiobook usually, so that I can be drawing while I'm listening. My type is a man who is huge, hairy, fuzzy, muscular, and or has some chub to him. Oh! They are very gentle and kind and strong, but can be scary when angry. Literally Freddy, date everything Freddy, not Fazbear Freddy. The Iron Bull from Dragon Age, the Beast, and some similar examples like Freddy Fazbear. But some exceptions to these preferred types, but I am for some reason really down bad for Scar from Lion King. Forgot to throw in Asgore Dreamer. Asgore I feel like is like the perfect one to fit that description. I was actually just talking with Snoopy the other day about Undertale, since we have that new Deltarune chapter and everything. I'm not familiar with Deltarune. I played the first and second chapter, I think, when they came out, but I wasn't captivated by it. If anything, I was a little turned off from it because it was so different from Undertale. And all of the parts that I liked about Undertale kind of felt like they had been taken out. So it just wasn't really for me at the time. I might go play it now. I feel like I'd like to play Undertale first and then Deltarune. But I'm still like unsure over a lot of it. Not for any reason other than I'm autistic and I don't understand why we would make a second game that's the same thing but not. Like it's an AU, but not an AU, but I don't know. Make it make sense. AO3 author cursed is basically an inside joke where authors who publish their fanfic on AO3 will at some point add in the author's note in one of their chapters going, "Hey, sorry for the hiatus, my car broke down and my coffee maker exploded." Basically, it's a joke that people who publish on AO3 may encounter some exaggerated levels of misfortune. Oh no. Well, speaking from personal experience as an artist on the internet, that just kind of happens no matter what. Whether you are publishing your art or not, it is just sort of life as an artist. You're gonna face those tragedies. Deltarune is probably going to break on stream. Oh, break me on stream. Went back to my VOD reading some dialogue and was not successful hiding that I was choking up. Aww! Okay, is that because of the feels towards the characters in Deltarune, or was that also feeding off of Undertale nostalgia? Because I think that's where I'm hung up. I have no feelings for anyone in Deltarune at all. Like, none of them affected me. None of them became anything to me like how it was for Undertale. Undertale, I fucking cried like the bulk of the way through that game. Again, I'm not apologizing for how I am. We would never ask you to, Katsu. Whatever this AU ends up, I'm going to share it online for the Bendy community, or Bendy fandom to enjoy. Good. The feels. At some point, I'm hoping to adapt at least some scenes into comics. Yeah. It's funny because, like, you don't even have to make full-fledged comics, really. You can just get away with doing little interactions. That was one of the pieces of advice that I was told as a character artist and wanting to get into storytelling and whatnot, was it's better, instead of doing, like, if you can't get a whole comic out, just have characters interacting. Fill your sketchbook with scenes of little interactions, little moments of them just chit-chatting, or like conversations that are going on, or things that different characters would do with each other. Because that in itself provokes emotion. It provokes thought around these characters and people looking at them, viewing them, your fans and everything, who will develop over time. It gives them something to get to know them with. So regardless of having the story, it's still allowing the characters to kind of build familiarity. At some point, I'm hoping to... Oh, wait, no, I already read that. I'm sorry. True. Oh, wow. It's Pride Month, baby! Also, big hot
Katsu
men.
Drawn just cheered 50 bits. IT Pride Month, baby. Ye. Also, big men hot. Thumbs up emoji.
Thank you for the bits, Katsu, and for filling Popple full of gay. This specific Ragatha is such a mood. How have you guys been celebrating Pride Month, by the way? I'm afraid I haven't really been able to do a whole lot. There's also just, like, not really a whole lot to do in my area because of the area that I'm in. It's a very red area, unfortunately. So there's been quite a bit of hostility, unfortunately. Could fill in more. Not like that. Being Gay for Men also went to Drag Bingo last Friday. Oh, that sounds fun! Being Gay for Ambessa from Arcane. Actually, we're having an Arcane watch-a-thon with Rosie, who was here earlier, because this bitch, we've been trying to get her to watch Arcane for so long now, and she's just impossible to tie down. So we told her, it is time. You have no choice. We are going to watch Arcane with you to get you to watch it so that we can finally talk to you about it. Forget what day we're doing. It's either Saturday or Sunday. I'm not sure. Wait! More gay!
Katsu Drawn just cheered 25 bits.
No,
Just to
Popple.
say, it's a good thing I don't like in the Pokemon world. I do not think I could be responsible around Machoke and Incineroar and such. I am be so real.
That's okay. I'm pretty sure the people in the Pokemon world are also not responsible around Machoke and Incineroar. There's like a whole community of fucking Machoke gooners within the Pokemon universe. Machoke, more like Machoke me daddy. I'm pretty sure this is a Poppy song. There are 2 women in Gen 7 who fawn over a man in a Machamp suit. Also, there's a lot of people who dress up as Pokemon. Furries are canon in the Pokemon world. Late, but I still haven't seen all the stuff from Secret of the Mimic, and let me tell you, I have some comments to make about it. Oh my god. Tot, are you free tomorrow? Am I around tomorrow? Yeah, are you around tomorrow? Unfortunately, no. Damn it! I'm saying my Secret of the Mimic content for when you play it. Not until kind of late. Poop. 'Cause I would absolutely love to have your commentary on tomorrow's gaming. I have a feeling I'm going to be salty about a lot of things. If you're going into this with me expecting nothing but compliments, I will warn you, I don't think there's going to be 100% complimentary gameplay going on for the first run through. I am one of the many people who has been a little bit salty about them retconning so much of the entire story of FNAF with this. But we'll just have to figure it out as we get there. Oh, Ragatha. Girl, we gotta fix this. See, here's the problem with this being a Poppy song is now it's got me thinking, oh, I want to play Poppy again. And I would much rather be doing that than art right now, but that's not the choice I get to make. Work hard, then play hard. Oh, we've been getting so many lore drops with fucking Ludwig, though, who I assume is Poppy's father. It's the only one that makes any sense. I want to know more about him. I want to know about Sawyer's daddy issues with him, too. Sawyer is a catch. He's more than a catch. Another Poppy song. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I was working on the player avatar more over the weekend. That was kind of like my big focus, because I want to get him ready for Dog Day. And unfortunately, I haven't got his grab pack mechanic working exactly how I want yet, but I have made huge strides in getting it there, and I'm very, very proud of all of the rigging work that I have done on it. I can't wait to show you guys. That's probably what we'll do more of on Thursday this week. No, not the hand throw!
Katsu Drawn just
That's
cheered
supposed to be
25
Rosie's
bits.
thing.
Here is some chaos for stream today.
Good boy,
You are
Popple.
welcome,
Knock them all
Rosie.
out.
Anyways,
Don't keep those.
Date everything is like $25
Reject the hand throw.
plus a few extra with DLC, but it's been such a joy to play.
There's too much gay for the hand throw. It's your own doing, Katsu. Need everything's $25 plus a few extra DLC. It's been such a... Okay, so I did have to make the trade-off then, because I did just buy Secret of the Mimic today. But I will look into it. It sounds hilarious. It sounds like it's going to be great to play. If I am able to, I will definitely look into picking it up. Oh, here's another game that just disappeared off the face of the planet that I wish had done more. Hop into my stream for a bit and watch tomorrow. I will try. It just depends on whatever chaos is going on IRL. Unfortunately, that often tends to be the case on my end of things. The only time I am really able to make sure I'm able to get away is my scheduled time. Actually, she's missing her rags. She's missing her patches on this one. And it looks like I forgot one on that one too, but that's fine. She's got one on her chest, and that's all that matters. Fuck consistency. This is an easy fix. I might not love you still. You'll find no harder pill to swallow. Could probably get away with just that. Oh, wow!
Katsu drawn just cheered 25 bits. Uni 1 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 one game that I'm glad just popped in, did its thing, and then faded away was Tattletale. It did what it needed to and didn't bother to spin off unnecessary sequels.
That's true. I actually completely forgot about Tattletale. There, we got rid of the hands. Reject hands. Only accept gay. No, you're right, though. It really did just kind of come in, do what it needed to do, and left. More games should be like that. It's a shame that we don't really remember them as well or as lasting. It would be nice, I think, if Tattletale could get, like, a reboot or a sequel or something. Just something to keep it relevant. But then again, I didn't play that one, and I wasn't super hyped about it when it came out. I do appreciate what it was, though. FNAF ended at 4 or sister location. I don't care what anyone says. All games after 4 ditched the original format, and it now nothing like the game it used to be. That is true. I will be honest, I don't think I was a fan of the original games. I liked the story, but I just hated the gameplay of look left, look right, click the middle, look left, look right, click the middle. It was just kind of too formulaic for it. Felt more like doing homework than playing a game. But that's just me. I feel like other people it was way more effective with. It just wasn't a good play style for me. But I loved Security Breach, and that's really what I wanted more of. And Help Wanted 2. Help Wanted and Help Wanted 2. Those are both fantastic ways of utilizing the same mechanics, but not having it be exactly the same. I was excited for Security Breach because of free roam. Yeah, same. Also, looks like our ads are about to play in about a minute, maybe? I haven't played the games myself because the style of gameplay isn't for me. Yeah, exactly. But I'm really into the free roam. I think that's partially why Poppy was so much better for me specifically. And Bendy, for that matter. They both played very well. There they go. Now, Ragatha's mouth isn't actually a mouth. It doesn't go into her face. It sits on top of her face, so I don't think I can shade it the way that I normally would want to. It's funny, I don't know what songs were popular or not. I just know what I've heard while in, like, VR chat worlds with people. And that's what I picked to put onto this list of fandom songs. Because, again, it's not all FNAF, it's just whatever. Any kind of indie horror game sounds. That Games is my favorite nerdcore musician. Or wrapped up the story. After that, they just kept adding more unnecessary parts of story and then adding onto it and changing things, and it became confusing. Sure, maybe it would not have gotten a movie if it didn't. Everything after 4 didn't need to happen, and Scott kept milking the cow after all it had no more milk to give. Just kept stroking that udder to force more out for profit and made things awkward and lower quality story-wise, and how put together they are. That I can agree with. Especially given the first 4 came out, what, within the same year? Like, within months of each other? I'm not saying that you can't make good quality games within this short period of time, but I feel like they would have, I don't know, done a little better. Not that they didn't do bad, but I feel like it would have done them more justice if they hadn't all just been PNG side scrollers. Like, I'm sorry, I lost a lot of the appeal when it was just still images that occasionally move with a loud jump scare sound. Again, Tattletale did what it needed to do and left. They could have made a sequel, but they didn't, I think, and people sometimes play it from time to this day. I do feel like we're kind of running out of topics for indie horror. At least as long as we are on this nostalgia kick. I mean, there's only so many ways you can contort nostalgia into horror before it just kind of gets overly predictable. I'll be honest, I never understood the hype of Baldies. I liked the concept behind it, but I did not like the execution whatsoever, and I felt like it was very much, oh, hey, we're just gonna ride this hype train because it's popular right now. We're not even going to pretend to try and make a good game. We're just gonna phone it in for whatever we can get out of people, and then it worked. It actually is pretty sad because I like the concept behind it a lot. I figured if I ever made Popple into an indie horror kind of game, I would do the same approach of, like, he's an educational game program or something, like a leapfrog game. Match some spelling words together, but then things start to glitch out, and he's like, let me the fuck out of here. I don't know. Actually, I don't think, no, we don't need to put that there. I guess it doesn't hurt anything to have it there, but I'm getting too detailed with these emotes. I think I'm gonna skip this one if this is not the right one. Okay, I can allow it. There's another version of this one that's like electronic sounding voice, and I don't like that one. It kind of gets grating. It's all mascot horror. The actual horror games we have been getting lately is literally remakes, remasters of classic horror games like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and even Dead Space rarely do more original titles, with some that are actually continuations of a series, but my point still stands. Horror games just don't hit nearly as hard as they used to. Essentially, especially ones made by Japanese companies. Aren't they making a new Silent Hill? I've been meaning to ask about that. Because I heard someone say somewhere that they are making a new Silent Hill and that it's looking really good. But I question that because the last I heard anything about a new Silent Hill was what the one where you're in the hallway with the lady that keeps repeating. Silent Hill F, it looks good, and they just teased Silent Hill 1. Or Silent Hill 1 remaster. PT, yes. So I thought that was supposed to be a Silent Hill or a teaser for a new Silent Hill series, and then that got canceled because there was an issue with the company and the writer. And they just decided, fuck you, we're not doing this anymore. It was canceled, yeah. So is it going to be that now? Like, are they taking that idea to actually use this time, or is it going to be entirely separate? Because I feel like it's hard to walk away from a bar set as high as PT. Like, that game influenced pretty much every horror that's come out since then. If I could hop in a call with you, I would love to explain this verbally because typing can't do it justice as a diehard Silent Hill fan. We'll have to blah, blah, blah. We'll have to arrange for a Silent Hill just chatting sometime. I don't know a whole lot about Silent Hill. I've never actually played the games. I don't know anything besides pretty much the movie. And even then, I saw that years ago. I always wanted to know about it. I always wanted to learn the story of it. Happily, I will answer everything. Actually, depending on if they ever go on sale, I may end up playing them on stream. And if that's the case, I would love to have you be there to info dump over them. Because that's honestly my favorite way to enjoy a game. Is if I don't know anything about it, I want to go into it with somebody who is very passionate about it, because I want them to go off about what makes it exciting to them. I know the lore better than other games. Silent Hill 2 Remake is on PC, and GOG put Silent Hill 4 on PC. GOG. That's like one of the competitors of Steam, right? I think I've only ever used that once to get a game for my mom that she couldn't find anywhere else. Silent Hill Homecoming on Steam, but you can skip that. Is that one not considered canon? I can explain why you should skip it later. It's funny because I missed out on quite a few games that are considered classics these days. Because they're shooters and I'm just not really into shooters, but like I want to know the story. It's just like Resident Evil. I like the story of Resident Evil. I just don't really like the gameplay. And that's purely because I'm just not a big shooter person. You play one shooter, you kind of play them all. Aim gun, pew pew, wait for guy to fall over. I think having more of an interest in guns would make them more enjoyable. But I'm so bad at identifying anything with guns. Fo could tell you. He is like a gun guru. And he watches me play shit like Halo with Snoopy and then like I feel like he's tearing his hair out the entire time. Let's say the Western touched it. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I will 100% explain the lore in every single Silent Hill game, and I can explain most all monster designs and why they look the way they do. If I can't, it's because it's that obscure to say for sure. Yeah, I know they really go deep with the metaphors and stuff. There's also quite a bit of sexual content that I feel like I don't know if that's appropriate for Twitch or if that would have to be elsewhere. All right, Ragatha, let's do your hair. Some just aren't quite clear. What's that other horror game that's a very Eastern game? It's about taking pictures. I've been meaning to look back into that one because I've only ever watched a really old version. I don't even know if it's the same game, really. Fatal Frame, yeah. I think I had watched the Game Grumps play that one a long time ago, and all I really remember from it is that there was a large pig, but it was like a demon pig. You watch, it's not going to be the right game, and now I'm going to really be lost. That is a different game? Oh my god, do I not know what fucking Fatal Frame is? Hold on. I'm gonna Google this. No, that's what it looked like. Hold on, Fatal Frame pig. I don't think that's the right pig. It like had a man face. But you could only see it if you held the camera up to it. Oh no. What the fuck game was I thinking of? The game is obscure that has the pig. Wait, wrong info. For fuck's sake. It's similar to Fatal Frame, but it's less pictures and has combat. It had combat? I don't remember combat. Got a sequel recently, but I know which one you mean. What the hell? Sorry if you heard that. They must be doing testing at the airport. A lot of low-flying planes today. I love this song. Wait, wait. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on, hold on. What is... This just showed up in a random Google result. What is this guy? What is this from? Spooko was just telling me about this character and how he's like everybody's new Tumblr sexy man or something. Tumblr sexy men are evolving at a rate that I don't think we can keep up with, because the previous one before this was Curly from mouthwashing. And I think we're losing the definition of sexy. I'm gonna have this on here for like 2 minutes, and then that's going to be the thumbnail for this fucking video. I just know that you played as like a little Asian girl, and it was in a high school. That narrows it down to nothing. That's like half of all Eastern games. Ikai? What is Ikai? We are falling down a rabbit hole. I'm gonna have to put a pin in this because it is going to drive me crazy. This is my mission for after stream. You're talking about a pig in a school. It's not Outlast. No, definitely not Outlast. It's another one I've been meaning to revisit. I watched a couple people play Outlast and I really liked most of it. I hated the ending. Is that what this guy's from? Trying to open Steam to look for it, but it's being a little bitch. I'm giving up on my search for now. I've got to finish these emotes, but that's definitely something that's going to be stewing in my brain for a while. I'm gonna restart my PC. Godspeed, Katsu! This is quite a meme song. Sister Location did have a lot of good songs come out with it. I feel like that one touched a lot of people. It's also one of the first FNAF games that I feel had our first tastes of open world exploration, even though it's very limited. But it was the first one that actually appealed to me in terms of considering playing it. Are we talking about Tumblr's sexy men and how they don't make sense? Need I remind you they did it to Sans? They don't care about sexy. That's true. They don't always have to be twinks in suits. But I just feel like we're pushing the bar some. Curly really threw me for a loop. I'm still not sure why he became a Tumblr sexy man. It's funny how quickly the mouthwashing fandom kind of disappeared. All right. I think Stupid Sauce Ragatha is good to go. All right, that's 3 out of 5. Only 2 left for Ragatha. Knife time. This one's going to be a little tricky because the lighting and the angle that we have this knife at are not going to be friendly. So we're going to fake it. We're going to make it look like this is how it's supposed to be, even though it's not. Join the party. Oh man. I just realized that the new FNAF game doesn't take place in the 80s, so we can't say is that the bite of 87 anymore. Ragatha, we got a problem here. Let's see how that goes. Not in love with the angle of this lighting. Wait. Overthinking. I'm not a big fan of the Walton Files just because it's just another FNAF AU. But I do really like this song. I like some of the stuff that has come out of the Walton Files fandom. My headache is attempting to come back, and I am going to fight it off with the sheer stubbornness of Raptor will. We'll see how well that works out. I will say one thing. I don't understand why people are so horny for Funtime Freddy. I'm sorry, I just don't see it. Oh, wow! Found the game finally, turns out.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 25 bits. Okay, so found the game. Finally, turns out it's soon getting a third game. Dread out.
Dread out! That does sound familiar. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. I've got to see this pig monster again. Wait, it had a show? Yeah, that's the one! That's the man pig! That pig freaked me the fuck out. Purely because it was just a pig, and then you look at it with the camera and it's a man face. I don't know, there was something about that that just messed with me. Thank you, Katsu. Now you've made Populus salty gay. Oop, almost forgot her patches on this one too. It's funny which ones of these emotes go a little faster than others. Well, hello, Broncodonk. She's been a very happy puppy today. She's had visitors and a new bone. I don't let her chew on actual bones. She's a little bit too rough of a chewer. But there is one toy that I allow her to chew on called dogwood. And it's just wood pulp that's been ground up and mixed with some kind of, I don't want to say plastic, but some kind of material that causes it to bind to itself. And supposedly it's healthier if they do end up ingesting pieces of it. I like it because it's already a pulp. It's not splintering, it's not going to crack and stab her in the gums or anything. It just kind of crumbles. She had her last one that she had whittled down to just a little nugget. So I finally broke down and ordered a new one. If you happen to hear grinding in a little bit, that's probably what it is. Looks like our next ad break is in about 20 minutes. And when that one goes off, I'm going to disappear for just a little bit so I can go grab a snack. Her fucking hair gets different every time I shade it. This is the part I'm scared of. I don't know about that. What if we move it a little further so we kind of get that bang coverage? Hmm. We're going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to use a gradient to erase this away just a smidge so that it transitions a little better. This is something I usually only do when I'm doing heavier cell shading, but I just want it to have enough to kind of separate. And while I'm at it, I'll also do this a little bit to her eye. just to soften it a little. Good. On to the highlights. We're zooming through them. Been thinking about it. And I'd really like to do an edited version of one of my previous VODs. Probably for Poppy. But if not for Poppy, then probably for this new FNAF game. Edit it, clean it up, and do a really cool thumbnail for it. Because I feel like my art style works well for eye-catching thumbnails for YouTube videos and shit. It's Damas! It's the Eldersaurus! Hi, Eldersaurus, how's it going? We've been finishing up these old emotes that I've been meaning to do. Just in time for the new Amazing Digital Circus episode coming out. I kind of think I like Ragatha better without the eye shine. Today was a day. I'm better now. Well, good, I'm glad you're better now. I'm sorry it's been a day for you. Now it is time to rest and relax. Will you be streaming today? Also, this isn't a fandom song. Oh, we've got a bunch of fandom music playing today. I don't know how this one made its way into the list, but I keep forgetting to take it out. Mostly just because it's a good song. Not today, I'm working on commissions, but I will be on Thursday and Friday. Hell fucking yeah! I will try to tune in for that. Now, I know our buddy RoboDad. He does Fortnite. And are you also one who plays Fortnite with him frequently, or is that not quite your steez? I ask because I don't play Fortnite and I have a question. I play with him when I get a chance. I haven't streamed it in a while. So, apparently they've added a bunch of adult animation characters. So they now have Bob from Bob's Burgers, Cleveland from the Cleveland Show, and Hank Hill. I don't know what Fortnite as a game is anymore. I I thought it was just like a shooter where you shoot your friends. Why do they have these characters? Is this like the gun version of a Super Smash Brothers game at this point? I feel like such an old fart asking this question, but like, it's like a Father's Day thing. Oh, okay. It's like the Ultimate Showdown now as a real game. I understand now. That, oh my god, that makes it so much clearer. Because I didn't know, like, what was the age group that we were trying to market for? What, like, I thought it was a kid's game, and then I saw that they had Rick and Morty in it, and it's like, what is this? Thank you for clearing that up. It's got just about everything. Fucking Godzilla in it now. We've shrunk him with a shrink ray. Is it Godzilla or Godzuki? Is Godzuki even canon? My sister had a dog who only had 3 legs, and we would jokingly call him Godzuki all the time because he looked like a little kaiju. He was like the fluffiest, straggliest haired little thing. And for some reason, Godzuki just worked as a nickname for him. If you ever decide to play Silent Hill, I would be more than happy to join you. Silent Hill 2 Remake is on sale right now, too. Just saying. Thank you for letting me know, Katsu. Godzuki isn't canon. Aww. It's weird seeing Godzilla the same size as other characters and doing all the meme dances. Yeah, I haven't really kept up with any of these mainstream games and stuff. So I don't know a lot about Dead by Daylight. I don't know a lot about Fortnite. And every time I hear news about them, I'm even more flabbergasted over what I'm hearing because I didn't think things like that existed. Don't play Dead by Daylight either. I feel like I'm gonna get pulled into it. I've been hearing so much about it today alone just because of the FNAF stuff. I'm still surprised that they haven't announced any kind of like mimic character for Dead by Daylight. I thought that's what they were going to be hyping up for, was like Springtrap was our first big one, and then they were going to have the second be revealed to be like the mimic or whatever. Just because they've been pushing so much of the mimic stuff. I guess that's going to be their new face of the franchise. Friends thought the xenomorph being in it would have been enough for me, but not quite enough. True, the xenomorph was pretty tempting. Honestly, my big hang up with it is I get too much pressure to perform with games like that. And I always, like, I get too anxious that I'm being a bad player and I'm not entertaining other people enough and making it fun enough for them, so I chicken out. I don't want to play. I get stage fright. There were rumors that they were going to do some kind of Jurassic Park collab, so I guess it would... Oh! You know what? This new movie's introducing hybrid dinosaurs in a way that we haven't seen before. At least not since they dabbled in the waters back when I was a child with the Chaos Theory line. Or Chaos Effect line. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is what they're going to do, is take some kind of... Because when they were making the concept of Jurassic World, the first fucking thing that was on their list was they wanted to incorporate dinosaur-human hybrids. They wanted to turn it into a monster movie, not just a dinosaur movie. So now that we're, what, 4 movies in to the Jurassic World saga, some of the dinosaurs that I've been seeing in the previews do look very suspicious to the... or very, very similar to the concept art that we had originally of the hybrid humans. Actually, let me pull that up because that was some pretty cool looking art. So there's two or three in particular that I remember. We had this one was our first guy. This is official concept art for Jurassic World. And they were explicitly going for human dinosaur hybrids. And then we had this other guy who was very Gorgonite-esque. So I won't be surprised if these characters start to show their ugly heads. Especially this guy. I like our middleman here. He's got them long fingies. I think, oh, hold on. I think this was one too. Another raptor hybrid. I vaguely remember these two. These could not be official, potentially, but I'm not sure. And they've already dabbled in it a little bit in the Camp Cretaceous series. I don't know if anybody's bothered to keep up with that one. I was watching that one pretty religiously for a bit, but they took a long hiatus between seasons. And then with the new one, when they revamped it, all the characters are older now instead of being kids. I liked some of the decisions. I didn't like others. I just haven't picked it up again, but I've been meaning to. They're retconning a lot, just like FNAF. Just like every series that's trying to pick itself back up and dust itself off. And try to make itself suitable for a modern world, but... Loved the wild colors for the Chaos Effect toys. Me too! That was a huge inspiration for Moss! I wish they would bring back those toys. Fucking Ultimasaurus is my dream toy. I love him so much. That is like the dino god, in my opinion. Got a rare Disney-based moment. Both Disney and Universal is suing Midjourney AI and frankly hope they win. Would be a big win for artists and animators. Let's be real if they succeed. I'm thinking this is Disney we're dealing with. If they're suing them to gain control over them. Because they are absolutely going to utilize them for evil. Let's be real here. They have more than enough money to win. I hope they crush mid. Praying for the success of the rich this time. Middle one is just the lizard from Amazing Spider-Man movie. Yeah, he did look like, what was it, Killer Croc? Or is that Batman? I think Batman's Killer Croc. Not gonna lie, they are kind of making me consider HMOs. I'm having a brain fart. What is an HMO? Hear me out. Ah, okay. Because I'm sitting here like, that's not health maintenance organizations. What is this? Okay, thank you. They had a new one. A lot of people haven't seen it or don't know about it because they didn't watch Camp Cretaceous, but they have one that's a hybrid dinosaur they introduced called Scorpius Rex. And it is actually pretty fucking cool. I've drawn a couple pictures of it back in the day, but they're in my sketchbook and I don't have any scans of them. Oop, ads are going to start in 1 minute. Let's see if I can pull up a picture of Scorpius, though. Scorpius was their first hybrid, supposedly. It was before the Indoraptor and before the Indorex. She's kinda stumpy, but I kinda love her regardless. There she is. Look at that ugly ass frog face. I love her. She's got such bog witch energy. Is this her official concept art? This might be her official concept art in this image. I love her. I want more dino hybrids like her. I don't know if they actually use she, her pronouns for her, but I feel like they should. Weirdly, I really like the Indoraptor hybrid. I like the hybrid's design. Honestly, my only hang-up with Indoraptor's hybrid is that they made him male. Which is a terrible time for the ads to play, because now that just makes me sound like I hate men. No, I have reasons, and I will elaborate when the ads are not playing. Oh, you know what? I said I was going to take a break for this ad break. We'll push it off for the next one. Oh, willpower, fight back this headache. We can do this. We can do this out of spite. We've done worse things out of spite. Harder things. I'm shining bright just like the sun. Oh, this is another really good song. It's not accurate. Why is our music not accurate? There we go. I've actually never played Cuphead. I haven't watched the series either. I love the art for it. There we are. Now we're back. So back to how I hate men, apparently. No, okay, so my hang-up with the Indoraptor. There is absolutely no fucking reason whatsoever for him to have been made male. since the beginning of Jurassic Park, the one thing that has been aggressively established, both in the books and the movies, is that our dinosaur friends are matriarchies. Particularly the raptors, especially. They are designed like hyenas, which is referenced in the books. They are directly compared to hyenas because Dr. Sattler, and I think somebody, I don't remember now because it's been a while, I'd have to go back and cite correctly, but one of the doctors who go to visit the island was studying hyenas at the time. And that's where they made a bunch of direct comparisons from hyenas to the raptors, especially in terms of societal building. The highest or the lowest ranking female still outranks the highest ranking male. That is established canon. So why, if you are designing this ultimate weapon that is predominantly a raptor, would you be like, oh yeah, we made it male? Why? Okay, because again, we already established in the first movie that they're all born female. You have to go out of your way to make it male. You have to add the extra chromosome. You have to make this dinosaur as a choice male. That is a whole extra step. No point do they ever touch on that. They don't acknowledge it in any way, shape, or form. They're just like, yeah, we made it male. And I guarantee you the reason why is because when they were in production, they couldn't stop calling it he. Because the people behind the project didn't do their fucking research. They didn't bother to do their job, which is to be passionate about the project that you're on. And I have additional insight on that because the people who were working on the first Jurassic World were very, very reserved about their opinion of it. They were not allowed to speak on it. There was a seminar done by Stan Winston Schools that they gathered all of the original artists who worked on the first movie, the second movie, and the third movie, and went movie by movie, interviewing them and talking about a bunch of stuff. It was an exclusive event you had to buy a ticket to. And then when they got to the Jurassic World team, it was like 10 people. There was like nobody on this team because they didn't do any fucking practical effects at all. They had one Dimorphodon and then the head of an apatosaur, and that was like it for the entire first movie. It was a complete mockery of what it stood on to get to where it was. But anyway, there was a lot of discontent. There was a lot of biting tongues. They very much wanted to speak out, and they weren't allowed to because of contract. But like, it bothers me because it was even a point made in the book that everybody called Rexy he, even though they realized she was a girl and had actually had a baby. They called her he because that was just the natural instinct of man, was to default to male. Anything that was scary, that had to be male, because women weren't capable of that. Women couldn't be scary. Girls can't be monsters. The narrative of the entire first book was about the empowerment of women, of the female gender. Because Ellie, Dr. Sattler, she was the one who saved everybody. Muldoon couldn't do shit. He was a raging alcoholic. He was already drunk by the time it was his time to shoot the raptor. That whole clever girl scene, that didn't happen in the book. They had to amp his character up to make him likable in the movie because he was a fucking raging alcoholic, sexist bastard who was only here to bring in a paycheck. Before he worked at Jurassic Park, he worked at an amusement park in the zoo section. He didn't even really do any kind of safari work or anything. Crazy, man. Like, there's even a part towards the end of the book where they're talking about the Puerto Rican government has come in to, like, ignite the island to essentially exterminate the problem of the dinosaurs. And as they are flying, like, evacuating the survivors out, they stop and they look at Dr. Grant and they're like, are you the one behind all this? No. Then they go to whoever else next in line. Not you. Not you. And then they get to the end of the line and it's Ellie, the woman who has saved them all. And they don't even bother to ask her. That is a point made in the book. They literally stop, look at her, and then roll their eyes and continue walking. Because they're just not even willing to assume that there's any way a woman could have been involved with this in any way other than to be a damsel. That's like the commentary that is all throughout the book. It is saying that this is a problem. And then the Jurassic World movies come in and they're like, yeah, we made it a boy dinosaur now. Why? Well, it doesn't make any sense because we've already established that it's extra work to make it into a male dinosaur. It is redundant to have this species be a male because even the highest ranking male is still outranked by the lowest ranking female. By evolutionary standards of male and female reptiles and birds, it doesn't make sense to have the male be the dominant one, especially when we've already established that's not how this one works. The females are the bigger ones. Why did they make such a point of making him male? It makes me so angry. It's such a dumb thing to be angry over, I know. It's such a pointless thing that they decided to do that just is such blatant evidence of they didn't give a shit. Oh, it's so dumb. These are the things that I do get aggressively passionate over, not because I feel like I need to fix it, but just because, like, the TISM says, why would you do that? There's no reason for that. Other than to, like, be like, girls can't be scary. I cannot find any reason for this logic. Which dinosaur's male? The Indoraptor. And get this, somehow they reduced Blue's character to just being a girl. Blue's character was reduced to that. Oh no, that was the whole plot, Elder. That was the whole plot. They had to kidnap Blue and use Blue to teach the Indoraptor how to be a raptor, because Blue was the only one of their raptors that came out with any kind of nurturing instincts. So they wanted to capture her so that she could teach the Indoraptor not to be just a brutal, merciless killing machine that enjoyed destruction and bloodthirst killing, so that they could train it better. That was it. Blue's character went from dinosaur, leader of the pack, having fought a goddamn hybrid T-Rex creature, having teamed up with a T-Rex to fight the creature, to mother. Woman. Her only purpose is to be mother. And then, as if that's not enough, they had her have a baby. Why? Why did she have to have a baby? It doesn't even make sense. Didn't know that. I think I blacked out a lot of Fallen Kingdom. That's okay. We all kind of did. We knew the plot was lost at that point. I think I've been ranting for a while. I think this Ragatha is done. Let's go ahead and save this one. Reopen it in the PNG form. Piss, I forgot to change the background again. At least they passed it off with a legitimate real-world reason for parthenogenesis. I'm really curious to see where they're going to go with this next one. Because I'm going to be honest, the last one also pissed me off. And not even because they did a bad job. They actually did what I wanted them to do in the first place. Because they finally brought back Dodgson. Dodgson should have been the main antagonist of the entirety of the Jurassic World series. But he sadly was not. And when they did bring him in, it was very much just a shoe-in to feed off nostalgia. But the whole locusts thing, I'm so confused why they didn't advertise that in any of the trailers. It wasn't necessarily a bad idea for the plot. It very much aligned with what's their company? It's not InGen, it's the other one, Biosyn. It very much aligns with Biosyn's way of operating. But it's literally the plot from the book that Biosyn was like, hey, let's just steal their stuff and then engineer our own dinosaurs that they can't use, and we'll have our own, if we want to wipe out the crops, we can just engineer our own kind of bugs that'll do that, and then the only crops they'll grow are Biosyn crops, so everyone has to buy our crops. Like, that was all gone over in the book as like a brief idea. It was literally Dodgson who was the one workshopping it. And he was like, yeah, if we had this kind of tech, we could do this, or, you know, other things. And then they made a whole movie about just that one fucking spaghetti he threw at the wall. There were parts of Dominion I liked, and the rest of it felt like a huge mess. I agree with you about Dodgson. I'm not saying any of them were bad. It's just weird. To take such a strong legacy and to take so many weird liberties with it. It is what it is. I will find a way to enjoy it one way or another. Am I sad that it's not the legacy continued? A little, but not everything's going to be. Also, welcome back, D-Cruise. This is our last emote for Ragatha that we're working on. Afterwards, we'll pick somebody else. Not sure who yet. This is still probably my favorite Ragatha emote. You would think that I was a book person with how much I go off about the Jurassic Park books. But I honestly don't do a lot of reading. There's like a handful of books that I have read. And of those books, I am very into. Also, my dog has found a squeaky toy. What you got, Bronx? Got a squeaker? Good girl. Like, of the only books that I've really read and been passionate about, it's like Jurassic Park 1 and 2, and then the entirety of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series. And that's it. I think I'm gonna have to trick the eye a little bit in this one. We'll see. Let me keep going with this. This Ragatha face is just, like, me 90% of the time with Snoopy. You know, it's funny, I haven't seen any kind of crossover fan art of Ragatha and Yarnaby. Maybe I'll have to fix that. Oh, I'm going to skip this one. There we go. Get some has-been songs in here. We haven't had hardly any of those. Man, I love when cell shading goes fast. Most of the time it doesn't, but sometimes it does, and it's just like, whoo, just breezing right through. This is another song that I'm not the biggest fan of. But I think that's kind of a lot of Try Hard Ninjas stuff for me. It's not bad, just not for me. Not sure who I'll do after Ragatha. Pomni's probably going to be pretty hard. Just because she's got so many alternating colors. And like we did before, we're going to take a little bit of that airbrush just to soften that one edge here on the eye up a little bit. It's another Scranton. I don't dislike Scranton. They're just a little too grady right now for me. But that one went really fast. I think all this needs now is the highlight. This is the day that I die, then glamorous. Just about every single one of CG5's songs are a hit for me. He's got such a nice voice. I got to see him live once, and I was very surprised, and I shouldn't have been, but I was very surprised to find that almost the entire audience was children. I should have seen that coming. And it was very weird to see alcohol being served at a venue filled almost entirely by children. I used to go to a lot of concerts, but I've definitely been pulling back a lot since COVID. I mean, A, money is tight, so that's just not like a feasible thing to do anymore. But B, I've found that as I'm getting older, I'm just enjoying travel substantially less. I hate being around crowds. I have not misophonia, but the other one. I mean, I have both, but one of them has different symptoms than the other. Sorry about that. Hypo something. What is it? I can never remember the name of it. Anyway, it's a condition that where if you are exposed to, and you have this condition, and you're exposed to loud noise, it causes physical pain. Hyperacusis. That's it. So I have hyperacusis, and it's tolerable with things that like I am choosing to listen to at times, but even then, like you say, see me here, I've been skipping over songs because they've been grating. I don't know if that word makes sense to other people, but to me, it's kind of like the sounds have a sharpness to them. I don't know. This is a weird thing to describe. I don't know if other people relate to this at all. It's just something that I've had to go through many different medical practice people to actually find any kind of information about. But certain sounds are unbearable. It truly makes it feel like my ears are bleeding. Higher pitched sounds tend to be worse. But sometimes it's not even like vocals or anything like that. Sometimes, I mean, people screaming can definitely do it. That's why I can't shop at regular stores at regular hours very easily. I have to go to Walmart with earplugs in, and even that, by the time I'm done getting my groceries, I'm so overwhelmed and ready to leave. I didn't have to fight it as much when I first started going to concerts, but I did go to a concert once, and it was it was for a Tupperware Remix Party concert. And I was right in front of the speakers, and I was just so into it. I was so hyped. I did definitely accidentally blow out an eardrum with that. And that was kind of miserable afterwards. Ever since then, the pain has definitely gotten a lot worse. So I don't go to concerts without having earphone or earplugs anymore. I don't go to concerts in general much anymore. I would still go to a Tupperware Remix Party concert though. I don't like that, actually. I think I was talking about something else before I went off on that tangent, and I don't even remember what it was. I'm very sorry for that. Like I said, my short-term memory is kind of fucked today. I would definitely love to hear if any of you guys have ever been to concerts or had any fun concert stories. One of the first concerts I ever went to, actually the first concert I ever went to, it was such a bad experience trying to get there. It was for a combo concert of Ninja Sex Party, Tupperware Remix Party, and Starbomb. So all my favorite people. And I was so excited, and I made this picture. It was a traditional print that I had made of all the bands, all the different members of the bands. Let me see if I still have a picture of it. Because here's the problem is I did this and I colored it and it was beautiful. And unfortunately, when I went to go get it scanned, the scan was on a flash drive. And I had gotten a puppy. You might be familiar with her. Bronx. Hey, Bronx, can you quit licking your feet? Thank you. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Thank you. But she was a nightmare puppy. And unfortunately, one of the many things that she devoured in her puppyhood teething stages was the flash drive that had the only scan of the final version of that print that I had made. I was heartbroken. I still have the original lines, but I gave the full finished version to the band members themselves. I do have a picture of it still. I don't have the clear scan. This was back in 2016, Jesus Christ. So I took this on my way to the show, and unfortunately, it's just kind of gone. Let me real quick smudge that one out. But I had gifted that to the band themselves. I actually gave it to Aaron, which was very nice. He's kind of always been an art hero for me. And he was so sweet about it. He gave me a lot of nice critique. I got my picture with him. But on our way to this show, not only did I go through the experience of trying to get this scanned on the way there so that I would be able to have a copy of it for myself that was the colored version, because now I only have the black and white version. But I also, as soon as we left, and I was like on the road, and it was too late to turn back, the zipper on my shoe broke. Like I've never prepared for that kind of an emergency. But I went to zip my shoe up, and the zipper busted clean off. And I didn't know what to do, so then I had to make an emergency stop at like a fucking Ross somewhere and try to find some new shoes that actually fit, which is not an easy task for my shoe size. I ended up buying a pair of boots that have been my favorite boots ever since that day. But it was like everything was going wrong. I had a friend come with me to the concert that I bought a ticket for him to be there with me. And then once we got there, because he had been in the car with me, carpool. No, he drove separate. But he got there, we met up, he was in the parking lot, and I said, okay, I'm gonna go in, because I've got like the VIP pass to see the band and like talk with them. Are you gonna be good? Because he only had like the basic one because he didn't really care to meet them. And he was like, yeah, I'll be fine. I'll meet you up there. I was like, cool. So we go in and the Q&A is over and they're done doing their talking. They're setting up for the actual show and I can't find my friend anywhere. And my battery on my phone was pretty shitty at the time and getting very low, and I was afraid that I was going to run out of battery and not be able to record anything or take any pictures. So I was trying to message him and find him, and I couldn't find him anywhere. Eventually, the concert ended, and I had never been able to, like, run into him. I was there by myself the whole time. And it was an awesome concert, but I was sad that I didn't see my friend. I finally go back out to the car where we had parked side by side, and he's sitting in his car. And I was like, oh my God, are you okay? Like, what happened? I couldn't find you anywhere. And he's like, yeah, I threw up. He just got like violently ill after we'd finally gotten there and he couldn't go in and watch the show. And I felt so bad, and he felt bad because he didn't want to bother me. He didn't want me to like accidentally ruin the experience by being sick. So he, even when I did call him, he chose not to answer because he was afraid of like taking away from the experience after I had already had such a hard time getting there and making everything work. I was like, no, buddy, like this is more important. You are more important than that. I felt so bad for him. And he still had to drive home while throwing up. It was just like a nightmare experience up until the end, because I got lucky enough that the band came out back where the parking lot was. So even though I had the private Q&A that I got to meet them, it wasn't a personal private Q&A, you know? It's like, these are people who are going to get to sit at the front and listen to them talk. Maybe one or two of you might get to ask a question, but that's it. But afterwards, Aaron and Brian came out at the back of the venue to say hi to us and just kind of do a personal one-on-one for those of us who are still chilling, waiting, and hanging out. It was funny because I actually had a unique experience of getting to stand behind a Chinese restaurant with Aaron Hansen talking about my art and glancing over just in time to watch the biggest, fattest rat I had ever experienced in my entire life just happily hop its way into the back door of that Chinese restaurant that was sitting wide open. We both kind of just sat there, acknowledged it lightly for a second, and then continued with our conversation, because I guess that's just how life is in the city. I had seen a message earlier, hold on. Who pinged me? Not thrilled this one kind of sticks out the edge a little. I could have fixed it if I really wanted to, but that's the problem, is I didn't really want to. Apparently this song is for Little Nightmares, which I've never played. I'd give it a try. Okay, we just have to color the whites of the hair highlights, and I think she's done. I was getting my hopes up to have all of them done today. I don't know about that, though. Need to add a little bit more bag under the eye here. Wondering if what you've said is true. I am flawed but fixable. Did I save this not as a PNG? Yes. Okay, and we've got our last Regatha. The far end of the road. Oh, I admit, I'd rather see the dark end of a tunnel than the bottom of a pit. Alrighty, there's our rags. So we've only got 3 left. Pomni, Kane, and Zubul. I wonder how fast we could get through Zubul.
Did you remember to save all
If you
of your
become lightheaded from thirst,
files?
feel free to pass out.
I have a feeling that
We
somebody
got a
just woke up.
boomer!
I'm pretty happy with how those came out. Could they be better? Yes. Am I going to make them better? Not right now. Because I think they're good enough right now. Oh. Thank you, Sneak. This is a good time for a dance break. At least a big stretch, if nothing else. How much time have we got left? I don't think we've crashed it all this stream. Now that I've said that, we're going to. We've only got about an hour left. Who do we think we could get the most done with in that hour? Part of me wants to say Kane. But I'm intimidated by Kane. Okay, fuck it. Let's try it. We're doing Kane. Let's start with this one. All right. He's going to be a little tricky for the teeth. So let's just do the body and get that out of the way. Oh, no, the black, though. I made that so dark. How are we going to shade that? Okay, let's not worry about that yet. Let's start with our shadow. This is fine. Everything's fine. Ah. Eh. Mlem. Time to play with brand new toys. Nightmares lurk inside your mind. Now no place is safe to hide. So why not join the fun? Come closer, we don't fight. He looks like he's wearing a purple shirt now. This is fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, right, Snake? Ooh. Yes, everything is fine. See? Snake would never lie.
Bet I can smash that.
Don't smash Kane. That's what we have Jax for. Jax took the Tumblr sexy man bullet for Kane. Man, I thought this one was going to be the easier one. Wait, everything's white! I can't put highlights on white! Kane, why? I'm gonna have to fake it. We will use these reflective highlights like our life depends on it. Smash his teeth in. Do you think he'd feel that? Or would he just grotesquely grow new ones? He gives really strong Bill Cipher energy in the way that I feel like he would do that. I mean, he essentially is Bill Cipher, just in a video game. Y'all, I'm about to work some fucking magic with these reflected highlights. Okay, this is definitely the one that has the robot voices, so we're gonna skip it. Also, just like a little pro tip, if you are not already doing it, if you want to level up your art game and all you're doing is flats and cell shading, sneak in some of these reflective lights. It will absolutely change the entirety of your picture. You know what? I think we're just going to let this hand kind of remain in shadow. It's not the best, but... Whoop. Looks like our ads are coming up in about a minute here. Oh, this is going to be tricky. Okay, ads are going to start any second. Just like we did on, I almost said Chica then. Just like we did on Ragatha, we're going to just very lightly tap that once with our airbrush in eraser mode. And that will soften that edge just enough so that when it's an emote, it will blend a little better. There's our boy. Back to our Digital Circus playlist stuff. Kind of feel like we should include a highlight, but we'll get to that. Maybe we don't need to shade the black. Where we've got infinite adventures, games, and parties to play. Day after day after day after day after day. Welcome to our digitally whimsical eternal parade, where we've got infinite adventures, games, and parties to play. Find it, get excited, start accepting your fate. Day after day after day after day after day. I'm going to add some dimension to these teeth by putting a small shadow along the under edge of all of them up top. Okay. Not really sure what else we can put in shadow. So I guess we're going to move along to our highlight. I don't think we need those specific highlights. We do need some going down the back of the jaw here. But there's con and economy. Were you hoping for fun? I'm going to have the same issue with him that we had on Ragatha, where this highlight is going to be way too aggressive on the red. Shit, I was supposed to take another break when that ad break was going. I forgot again. Should have read the fine print. We're getting somewhere. Let's do the eyes. Oh, I may hate shading coloring on white, but damn do I love when it comes out good. Definitely gonna have to throw in some extra eye highlights in here somewhere. Before we do that, though, let's put some white down on our black areas and see if we can salvage something out of it. We're gonna have to change it to a darker color, though. This man has gone insane. This man has gone insane. This man has gone insane. Ba, 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 da, da. Ba, 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 da. I'm gonna have to do this the same way that I did it on Jax, which is have very specific highlights in a very strategic placement. Good night, good night. Thank you and good night. Is that too much highlight? Love and joy and laughter. It's not perfect, but we've tried. We had so much fun, so thank you. We had so much fun, so thank you and good night. Monsters, freaks, and killers, but we'll miss you just the same. It's like the subtlest form of adding dimension to this, but it really does make a difference. All right, good stuff, good stuff. Let's figure out what color we need to make these highlights on some of these other parts. Let's go with this gray. No, that is an awfully warm, gross, ugly gray. A little too bright still. That's too dark. Probably as good as we're going to get. So let's add this to our color palette. And then what did we use for Ragatha? I liked her pink. Looks good to me. Let's make these other lines red. Just so they show better, because he's angry. And then I think that one's good. That went quicker than I thought it would. Maybe we'll get more of these done than I thought. Shit, I gotta change the background again. I always forget that. Let's see how he compares to the others. I might need to come back and look at it with fresh eyes. I feel like we lose the highlights on it completely. Maybe I should leave them white. Let's see about it. Okay, yeah, I think we need to keep them white. Damn. It just sizes down so much better. All right, well. Actually, I'm realizing now how much of Ragatha's disappeared when we scaled her down too. We don't have a lot of time left. I'd like to get at least one more done. 2 if we can, because I think some of these might go a little quicker. But before we do, I'm going to take a real quick break, go refill my water, and I will be right back. We'll see you guys in just a moment. I return. Hello. And we're on a digital circus song, which means I'm going to start that shit over from the beginning so I can hear it. Also, Boko is with us now. Hello, Bo. How you doing, bud? He's on the back of my chair. Not his usual spot, because he's not a very coordinated cat. Hi, buddy. How's my favorite ginger, huh? You've been very quiet today. All right. Let's see if we can fly through the rest of these. Okay, I can definitely tell I'm getting stupid brain because as I was about to start doing the shading on this one, the first thing that my brain said to blurt out was, all right, let's fuck this mouth up. Yo. Yeah, I feel like this is Kane's actual reaction to that thought floating through my head. Oops. Oh my fucking god. I forgot about this song and I hate that it's such a banger. Very easy. God, Baldy pisses me off. I wanted to like it. I would have liked it. The concept is good. The concept is solid, but they just didn't try. Nothing ruins anything for me more than half-assing. Like, I don't even blame it on, like, being bad quality in terms of design. It just feels like bad quality in terms of, like, they didn't even care. If you can't be bothered to care, then why should I, the consumer? That's why I really love, like, independent projects, like, shit that my friends make. I love stuff like that because I can tell there is passion in it. There is a drive. It's not just something they're doing to make a paycheck, which is all Baldy felt like. Keep behaving. Got good beat warps. I'm a sucker for any song with good beat warps. Them pearly whites. That's the face of a man who flosses. There's definitely gotta be porn that someone's drawn of that.
If you become lightheaded
Wow.
from thirst, feel free to pass
Thank you
out.
for the hydrate, Sneak. And a big stretch. Overdue. Oh, I'm watching that clock tick down. We're running out of time. We got this. We got this. All right, hard part's done. I don't know why the teeth feel like the hard part. Stretchies and hydration are very important. That is true. And like it or not, it's time to play a game. Let's play a game. Is this Dawko? Yes. This might be one of the only Dawko songs I still kind of like. His voice is another one that I struggle to listen to. And like it or not, it's never be the same. Every day. Play a game. Kind of struggling with this hand. Welcome back, Kane. I can legally answer some of those questions. Oh my god, digital hallucinations. So I was playing Lethal Company with Rosie and Spooka last night, and I hit my vape like usual. And so here's the issue with vaping is every once in a blue moon, maybe once per cart, maybe sometimes the way that the oil sits in the cart, it shifts around and the THC kind of floats into a concentration point. So when some hits feel weaker than others, it's because the THC has been unbalanced. And this is not a problem until it becomes unbalanced in a way that it's concentrated on one side of the cart. Which is exactly what happened last night because I had allowed it to rest on my dresser. And that was a fatal mistake. So I got one hell of a concentrated dose of THC by mistake last night while playing Lethal Company with mods. And unfortunately, I was experiencing some digital hallucinations of my own. That game is very difficult to decipher whether or not what you're hearing is real. Hooray, now depression is randomly dropping in. Oh, Katsu! We will do our best to keep that from taking over. Have you eaten? God knows if I'm feeling hungry, you've got to be hungry if you haven't eaten anything by now. I played modded Lethal, which was my only time I played Lethal. Fell into the back rooms twice. Second time was one of my friends thought that I had violated a beehive. Lethal's pretty fun. I have never really been disappointed in playing that game. I've had some friends in the past who accused it of getting old fast, and I don't know. I don't feel like that was the case. I feel like they were being a little overindulgent with their mods. I've had some friends in the past who have a bad habit of ruining games for themselves by making them too easy. So when you install a mod that tells you where all of the treasure on the map is and where all the enemies are so that you can avoid them, that's literally defeating the purpose of the game. So when you get bored because it's too easy, that's your own fucking fault, my dude. By violate, I mean they thought I did something sus because of very poor timing. That is not the purpose of honey, my friend. We cannot cover your loss. These are more egg-shaped eyes. Egg. There's like a perfect angle in here somewhere. Come on, Kane. Why are you putting up a fight here? Good enough. That's our motto. Evil doesn't die. All right, now we just need our highlights. Oh, music's crunchy. We'll give it a little bit of a break there for a second. It's funny that now it's decided to start playing some amazing Digital Circus songs. I knew they were in this playlist, but at the end of that song, it fixed. I just realized that this looks like boobs now, and I'm not going to be able to unsee it. Am I brain dead yet? My mind sees what it wants to see. Damn it, Frag. Knock, knock, who cares? Unaware. I feel like this is a face that I make too much. But that's usually because I don't know if I've done something to get myself in trouble. I'm in trouble often enough that I just kind of assume I must be in trouble at all states and or all points in time. Now, should I put a layer of our blue on the inner part of the underside of the mouth? does add a layer of depth. Ah. Ignore that. I totally didn't just scratch my ear and accidentally knock my whole headset off my fucking head. There's no good way to do this, huh? This one might have to be an airbrush. Frank, stop being a fucking dork. I can't help it. It's in my nature. Let's do a little bit more with this reflective light too, because I just kind of feel like Kane needs it. I think that's good. Save, change our background. Save again as a PNG. Close it. Reopen it. And paste him where he belongs. Close enough. I keep zooming out because I'm trying to look at them when they're tiny. Part of me fears that I'm not making enough of a difference on these. But at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be that big of a difference. We've only got about 5 minutes left. I'm gonna have to keep working on this tonight. If nothing else, I'll finish Kane's tonight off stream. Because tomorrow we're going to be devoting the whole day to FNAF. And the new episode drops when? Okay. The new episode drops on Friday, so maybe we'll sacrifice our 3D Thursday to do another 2D day and finish these. What do y'all think? Oh, actually, we've already hit our time. Our ads are running late. Well, with that in mind, we've kind of already gone over the schedule for the rest of the stream. Who are we going to raid out to? Evil doesn't die. Girls girls and boys, time to play with brand new toys. Nightmares lurk inside your mind, now no place is safe to hide. Nobody's doing art right now. Well, nobody with a smaller following is doing art right now. Let's take a look on the Browse tab. Because if I would prefer to keep you guys going off to somebody who is playing, or who is doing what we're currently doing, which is art, but if not, we'll find somebody. And if anyone has any suggestions of anybody who's doing art right now, I would love to hear it. Ooh, you know what? Oh, no. Okay, this is a bad idea. I'm not going to be scrolling through here trying to find somebody because I might end up having FNAF spoiled for me from somebody's thumbnail. If anybody's drawing fan art right now. Ugh, okay. Then you know what? We're just going to go say hi to Frosty. Because Frosty's not playing a game, but... Oh, hold on. We got our ads about to start up. Snooze, bitches! There we go. Let's do this a bit more calmly. Hold on, hold on, hold on. There we go. And we'll move back to our regular window. It is no longer daytime. We can actually switch to one of our nighttime backgrounds. It is nice and hot out. It's a beautiful night, actually. Might sit outside and listen to some frogs. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. We got a lot of work done. As I said earlier, we might go ahead and devote Thursday to the rest of the work on these, if I don't get them done between now and then. I will probably still show you guys what I've been working on with the player model, because that is getting really close to done, or at least close to a being able to display it kind of position. Otherwise, I don't have much else to go over for the rest of all of this, so let's get this raid set up. Let me make sure that I spelled that right. Yes. So Frosty's Frosty's currently playing SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. So that'll be an interesting change of pace. Here is our raid message as usual. And thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I really can't wait to see you all again tomorrow when we play our Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. I finally get to figure out what's going on with all that hubbub. I will see you guys then. Until then, I love you all very much. Goodbye!